never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. is spearheading a newly formed international task force aimed at safeguarding commercial cargo ships from attacks by Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
Ships and aircraft from multiple nations are and will continue to join the United States in conducting maritime surveillance and taking defensive action as appropriate to protect commercial ships from the threat posed by the Houthis.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasized the unacceptability of recent attacks on merchant ships, stating that they must cease. The Houthi rebels have been actively targeting commercial vessels as a protest against the Israel-Gaza war, causing disruptions in one of the world's busiest shipping routes. Over the next 2 weeks, airports are expected to be very busy due to the holiday season. The Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, foresees a 6% rise in air travel at airports nationwide during the 3 busiest days of the holiday season compared to the previous year. These peak travel days are expected to be Thursday, Friday, and New Year's Day. The governor of Texas is facing criticism from the White House for signing a bill that criminalizes illegal immigration at the state level.
Look, this is an extreme law that will not and does not make the communities in Texas safer. It just doesn't.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the Justice Department is in the process of deciding whether to file a lawsuit against Texas. The new law signed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott on Monday grants state authorities the authority to apprehend migrants on state charges. This development occurs amid a surge of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. The United States experienced its largest population growth this year since the onset of the pandemic. The U.S. Census Bureau attributed the increase to a reduction in deaths and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. This is USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
A powerful storm struck New England, resulting in 4 fatalities and leaving hundreds of thousands without power. The region experienced strong winds and heavy rainfall Monday night, leading to the toppling of trees and power lines. Tragically, at least 4 individuals lost their lives, with 2 fatalities attributed to falling trees in Massachusetts and Maine. Power restoration efforts are continuing today following the week's East Coast storms.
According to the website poweroutage.us, Maine's the hardest hit state, with more than 430,000 homes and businesses reported to be in the dark. At the height of the outages, more than 130,000 utility customers were reported without power in Massachusetts and another 27,000 in Connecticut. Storms with heavy rain and damaging winds swept across the eastern seaboard Sunday through Monday. I'm Ryan Daniels.
President Biden paid tribute to the life and legacy of the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor during her funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. In his remarks, he highlighted O'Connor as a trailblazer who shattered barriers in both the legal and political realms, leaving an indelible mark on the nation's consciousness. The Addams Family spinoff Wednesday was such a huge success on Netflix that now the spinoff has its own spinoff. The Hollywood Reporter says that it's in early development, and this series will focus on Uncle Fester, played by Fred Armisen. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, cue the microphone and away we go. Thank you so much and welcome. Everybody gather around. We got a big show coming your way as we roll into, is it hump day? It is. According to my calendar, we'll be making our way into the 20th day of December, 5 days and counting till the fat man makes his rounds. All right, so it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another typical mid-December night, chilly outside our secret bunker here, 25 with clear skies. Hey, a great night for moving freight around the country. As I look at the national radar scene, pretty much all quiet from the East Coast nearly to the west. We've got a few spotty showers impacting coastal areas there in Northern California. little bit of rain in southwest Oregon. A few spotty showers over toward Boise, Idaho, but indeed most of the country pretty much high and dry. In the eastern reaches of the country, a chilly night, though, once again, as we have hard freeze warnings extending all the way down into northern Florida tonight. Freeze warnings from 11 p.m. till 8 o'clock Eastern Wednesday morning. Temperatures as low as 27 degrees tonight in northeast and northern Florida, southeastern Georgia. So obviously frost and freeze conditions can kill crops and other sensitive vegetation. Growing season ended a long time ago, we know that. But aside from that, I see not much of anything as far as weather advisories around the country. That is all going to be changing as we head into the big travel weekend coming up here. Looks like we'll have another big west coast to east coast storm through the Christmas weekend. Actually, a pair of storms as we start things off with our travelers' weather this morning. A pair of storms, one that hits Southern California and the deserts with heavy rain, and another in the northwest with rain and snow, will merge near the middle of the country, and that's going to produce a broad zone of rain and some heavy snow on the northwestern flank during the extended Christmas weekend. Where these two storms come together, we will see an extended period of accumulating snow likely, much to the delight of skiers and the snow lovers, but obviously more of a nightmare for those that'll be traveling. AccuWeather breaks it down. Heavy snow could be one of the biggest impacts from the merging systems, and we'll continue to monitor the situation to pinpoint where exactly the worst travel conditions will unfold here in the coming days. There will be pockets of snow for both the southern Rockies and the interior Northwest prior to the merge from late this week to the start of the Christmas weekend, just in time for some of the biggest travel days. One hurdle the two storms will be the lack of cold air over the western and central states. Due to this, snow levels will be relatively high, not down to the valley floors where the most heavily traveled roads are located. Initially, we'll see some rain in cities like Boise, Idaho, Flagstaff, Arizona, Salt Lake City here at the end of the week. Although it'll be great for the ski resorts over the northern Rockies and parts of the Intermountain West, it may prove to be difficult for some travelers to actually get to the resorts over the higher elevations amid those snowy conditions. Bigger problems may await travelers over the lower elevations and especially those further to the east as the storms gradually begin to merge this weekend. The atmosphere will cool down over the interior west. Snow works its way down from the ridges and the peaks to the intermediate elevations, with a mixture of rain and snow over some of the valley floors from Idaho to Utah and even northern Arizona. A few inches may accumulate on the mountains of central and northern Arizona this weekend after some rain starts. As we look further east, the situation gets rather complex depending on how quickly the two separate storms fuse into one, as the speed of the merge will determine how quickly the air turns cold enough for snow versus just plain old rain or maybe a snowy mix outside the Rockies. But we do see later during the extended weekend, there's going to be a band of heavy snow that may cross several major interstate highways in Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, as well as the Dakotas. We're talking a time frame Saturday to Monday. Yeah, the forecast around Denver, pretty tricky. There may still be enough of a gap between the two storms to prevent much in the way of accumulating snow Saturday night and Sunday on into Christmas Day. On the other hand, a quickly merging, strengthening storm could throw some heavy snow back toward Denver during the weekend. Most likely zone for heavy snow where at least several inches or more may accumulate is from the Colorado Rockies in the Wasatch Range to a large part of Wyoming, western South Dakota, northwestern Nebraska, Saturday into Sunday night. Yeah, it looks like a boost in the snowpack is in store for the final days leading up to the Christmas holiday across the Northern Rockies, Yellowstone National Park, and the Grand Tetons. A large strengthening storm likely to continue bringing snow to parts of the Central Rockies and the adjacent high plains on Christmas Day, and allowing it to extend further to the north over the Dakotas, perhaps further to the east in Nebraska and Kansas. So the haves and the have-nots when it comes to potentially a white Christmas. As we know, forecasters have been telling us a good majority of the country will be looking at a green Christmas on the horizon. But for what it's worth, one thing holiday travelers will notice is you're going to be paying less for your fuel this year. Holiday season, one of the busiest ever, 115 million expected to travel between the 23rd of this month and January 1. And as you hit the roads, you may have some money when you stop at the pump compared, especially to last year. The national average has declined we're now counting on 13 consecutive weeks, falling to the lowest level since 2021. Yeah, Patrick DeHaan spoke to AccuWeather. He's the head of the petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy. Said the national average for gas was around $3.03 per gallon as of Monday this week. Yeah, that's down from $3.10 per gallon December of last year and $3.32 per gallon on December 17 of 21. Current gas prices are actually above the 2020 levels when a gallon of gas headed into the holidays was about $2.23, while the average price for a gallon of gas across the U.S. is about $3 right now. It can vary pretty dramatically from one state to the next. There are still 31 states with gas prices averaging less than $3 a gallon. Yeah, the cheapest gas is around the Gulf Coast region. Highest prices typically in the western U.S., California, Washington, Oregon, and Nevada. Now, the cost of travel, just half the story is, of course, weather, as we just mentioned, could throw a bit of a monkey wrench into those travel plans. There will be some trouble spots across the country and some weather-related days in those days leading up to Monday, December the 25th. But again, what a great night for travel here as we make our way into midweek. See who we've got checking in as we fire things up this morning. Philly Dan, keep on humping. There he goes, got that Camel. Wednesday already. Keep on humping, drivers. Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down, 29 in New Paltz, New York. 87 northbound as we head to Schenectady. It is round number 1. Tracy says, good morning from Waller, Texas this morning. Good to have you on board, Texas. Marianne, good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Got a couple of walks in this past day. Got the antibiotic IV. I'm doing well. Thank you for the update, Marianne. Hello, says Cliff. Good morning. Rubber Duck, where else would I be on Tuesday night? Locked behind the gate at the auction in Mishawaka, 42 miles from home. One more load for the year, and we're trying to figure out how to get to Mom's for maybe a surprise Christmas there in Daytona, Florida. Merry Christmas, gang. Love everybody out there. All right, Rubber Ducking, that really sucks being so close to home, but having to spend the night. It's the nature of the beast, right? Hello, Canadian Terry, south of Detroit, headed for Toronto for a Thursday morning. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all my fellow pavement travelers. Everybody be safe out there. Copy the mail. Hello, 5-7. Gilligan, good morning, Marianne. Pappy says 29, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, and ride straight out of the state of Colorado. Yeah, why you say that? Well, dial up Mr. Summers at 844-844-3388. He'll tell you why. Hammer down, stay safe, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Are you with me? Colorado, gotta love it, right? If there's any way to prevent Donald Trump from becoming president, once again, there are states like Colorado doing everything they possibly can to make sure he does not. AKA, the judge says Trump will not be on the ballot in Colorado next November. That's the breaking news this past day. That's one of several states that have been attempting to remove his name from the ballot. We'll give you the full story coming up here. But again, Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners, clear, a cool 30 degrees, Ironton, Virginia tonight. Everybody, keep it shiny side up. James, he says, did you see they took Trump off the ballot in Colorado? Yes, there you go. What a shame. What was once a nice conservative state has fallen to the socialists so quickly. Yes, they have. It is 844-844-3388. We've got a lot to cover here. Jump on in, gather around. Hope you can find a warm, comfy place to join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Here we are. Rolling into midweek. We call it Hump Day. Wednesday. And hello to Bidu. What's going on, Bidu? Checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Rubber Duck says, I'm looking for a green Christmas on a sandy beach. We work enough in the bad weather. Yeah, so he's looking to head a Florida Christmas here in 2023. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday, Wednesday, whatever day it is for you. It's, of course, the last full day of fall. 90 days till both spring and the state of Ohio primary election. Anyway, here we are to help the fine people of northwestern Kentucky celebrate their holiday. Got my regular run tonight and expected to be on this run all week as the groceries don't get holidays. Kind of hazy 29 degrees rolling along Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. Buckeye Boy jumping on board from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's a chilly 27 degrees. Load to Houston for the 28th, canceled. So it looks like I may be off for the rest of the year. Got the prime rib doing the aging process in the fridge. It'll be appealed, and since it's illegal, what they did, it should be reversed, either by the Fed Circuit Court or the Federal Supreme Court. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, there you go. So it should be appealed. He's talking about Colorado. Should appeal that. Carolina Monkey Gouger, are we ready for the holidays?
Well, Merry Christmas there, Steve-O.
Merry Christmas.
We's out here doing it like Pruitt used to do it, buddy. Oh, boy, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I wasn't coming back out, and they changed my mind.
Really? Oh, is it something about good pay, maybe, that would convince you to say, I'll do that?
Well, you know, when you got one of these regular deals, the guy that's supposed to cover you decides that his auntie has got the pleurisy, and he can't go trucking, and they call you and say, okay, it's your freight. You got to cover it, you know?
Yeah.
And so here we are, middle of the week, and ain't getting no closer to the Marina Del Rey.
Uh-oh.
So we unload in the morning and got to go back to Fort Worth, and then go back up, and he claims he's got me a load to deliver up there at North Carolina Christmas Eve morning. And I said, well, now, look, let me tell you something right now. I said, when I get to Dallas, I said, y'all let me know if y'all can load me or not. I said, because Biscuit's getting baptized Sunday morning, and Pig going to be at that. So, you know, if you can't get me unloaded where I can be home, let me know, because I'm going home one way or another. So they swear they can get me home in time to go to the baptism, so we're going to find out. You know how these dispatches are.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, but you're going to
everything has been going.
You're going to be trying to get back to the Marina Del Rey in the heart of the big travel days, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Cause you know, I think everything will work out where I'm going. Know the people pretty good. Going up my sad brown eyes and say, look at him, this is the deal here. You know, I need to get home. You know, grandmama's sick, dog's sick, because I got to get to the house. But, Steve, I tell you, everybody's been in a pretty good mood. You know, every time I've said Merry Christmas, somebody said Merry Christmas back.
Yeah.
I only heard Happy Holidays one time, and he said, we don't celebrate Christmas. I said, well, you need to go back where you come from. I said, you live in America now. We celebrate God. We celebrate Christmas. And if you don't like it, hit the road, Jackson. I said, this is our country, you know. He looked at me like, huh? You know. But everybody's been in a pretty, you know, festive mood.
Yeah.
A lot of the kids and everything moving on, real happy to see Christmas. But, you know, today was a good day. And, you know, you thinking, well, nothing can go wrong. Nothing can happen, right? Well, about dark, I decided it's time to stop and eat over that weather protection, pulled in there. I see this big old green Peterbilt sitting there. I said, oh, hell no, he's supposed to be home. My cousin Gonzo.
Oh, yeah?
And old Gonzo, he come from the rich side of the family, on mama's side, and his mom and daddy bought him a truck. He's been out here terrorizing me, and I try to avoid him as much as I can. So when you sit down with him, hey, boy, I got a 2023 Peterbilt, everything's always bigger and better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then he got this little trophy wife that runs around with him, about 25 younger than he is. And so I walked in the truck stop, and I said, you know, maybe that jackass is out there sleeping, and I'll get in here and get to eat and get out of here before he wakes up, right? Oh, no, man. I come around the corner, and there they are. I said, holy moly. Hey, Monkey Gouger, Merry Christmas. I said, Merry Christmas to you too, Gouger. Come over here and sit down. I'm buying supper. It took him about 3 minutes, and I was ready to throw that hamburger at him. And so we sat there and got talking about growing up, coming up. I said, yeah, you remember that time I shot you in the butt with a BB gun? And he said, yeah, I remember that. I said, you don't mess with me no more, do you? And he said, I try not to.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, Gonzo, I said, wherever you go, and I said, I hope you make it there safe and sound. And Merry Christmas, as good as you, and seeing you and the missus, and glad y'all are so much in love, you know. So, well, you have a good day, too. So he was on his way back to home 20 over there, kind of southeast of Oklahoma City. So he said he was going to shut it down for the weekend and enjoy Christmas. I said, oh, yeah, by the way, I ain't got my Christmas present. I said, reach down in that pocket, give me a couple of them $100 bills you got in there, and that we'll call Christmas square. He said, well, I ain't got a Christmas from you in 20 years. I said, you ain't getting one neither. I turned around and left. But, you know, Steve, I tell you, as much as a pain in the ass he is, I was glad to see the old boy, and we sat there reminiscing and stuff, but I sure was glad that dinner got over fast.
There you go. Some people you just rather, some folks you just rather not run into from time to time, right? But hey, let's pause there. It is news break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The U.S. is spearheading a newly formed international task force aimed at safeguarding commercial cargo ships from attacks by Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
Ships and aircraft from multiple nations are and will continue to join the United States in conducting maritime surveillance and taking defensive action as appropriate to protect commercial ships from the threat.
Over the next 2 weeks, airports are expected to be very busy due to the holiday season. The Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, foresees a 6% rise in air travel at airports nationwide during the 3 busiest days of the holiday season, Thursday, Friday, and New Year's Day. The United States experienced its largest population growth this year since the onset of the pandemic. The U.S. Census Bureau attributed the increase to a reduction in deaths and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. Dave Collins, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, we got the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration and ProMiles. And their weekly reports show the national average for diesel is less than $4 per gallon. That's from ProMiles. ProMiles says it's $3.97, another 10-cent drop over the past week. Several regions were down by 10 cents or more. California saw a drop of 13 cents. West Coast region as a whole down by 12 cents. The Midwest and Lower Atlantic declined just over 11 cents per gallon. Reporting a fuel price drop just under 10 cents were the Gulf Coast, the Rocky Mountain, and the West Coast without California. 4 regions now have fuel averaging below $4 per gallon. With $3.58, the Gulf Coast region is the lowest region with the lowest average anywhere this week. So national average now at $3.97. That's good news, right? Still at $4.07 along the East Coast, $4.33 in the New England region, the Central Atlantic at $4.41. Things drop when you get into the southern tier, the Lower Atlantic, $3.84, the Midwest at $3.83. We mentioned $3.58 along the Gulf Coast. Now, out west, still closer to $5 per gallon, $4.87 for the West Coast. California at $5.42 per gallon. But progressively, week after week, the numbers have been coming down. Now, let's get back to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Yeah, I guess we're counting down the days here and making final preparations for the big day. Princess has been laying out my list of to-dos before Christmas morning. You got a list on your table?
Well, I knocked some of it off today. Debbie's the hardest person in the world to buy for. She drops hints all year, and you're supposed to remember all this, when it comes time to go buy Christmas.
Yep.
And then when you call and ask her, I told you, I said, no, baby, I'm getting old, having them half-heimers, and, I said, my memory don't work good as it used to sometimes. I kind of forgot some of that stuff you told me about. But I can't believe, blah, 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 so. Anyway, I went by one of them big shopping malls on that Fort Worth, run in there, and got what she wanted, and think I got everything she wanted. I hope I got everything she wanted. Nice little people there was wrapping gifts from the church there, so for a donation. So we donated to them, and they wrapped all my packages up and put them in one big box for me. So I got that riding around back here. Go had to sleep crooked in the sleeper for the next 3 nights. You know, I just love. But I tell you what, Steve, I love Christmas. I love this time of the year. I mean, I've never grown up. I mean, never. You know, I mean, I just love this time of the year. But last week, I was at the house. Boomer come up and spent the afternoon with Pig, you know, and he got down in the floor, and I was watching the rodeo, and I hear paper wrinkling. I looked down there. I said, "Boy, what in the hell have you done?" He looks up at me and grins. He done opened up Christmas early. He done had 3 or 4 of them unwrapped down there looking at him.
Uh-oh.
I said, oh, boy, I'm glad everything you unwrapped was your meemaws, not mine. So she come in raising hell, paper everywhere, you know, and he just sitting there grinning, you know, and whatever. But, Steve, this deal they're trying to pull out there in Colorado,
yes,
it ain't going to fly. I mean, the Supreme Court's going to knock this down so fast it's going to make the heads spin. You can't keep a person off the ballot. That's unconstitutional. And, I mean, they were talking about it tonight. But the thing that really, really ruffled my feathers today was what's going on down there in Texas at that border. Did you see where Greg Abbott signed that
yes,
bill to give the Texas authorities to go ahead and lock them up and put, detain them and everything, you know, which should have been done a long time ago. And now, you know, the American Civil Liberties Union come running in, want to take it to court, suing, but they ain't won nothing yet. I don't know why they want to try this. But, I mean, the guy that's got the solution to it is the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robertson. Have you followed him any?
I have not.
You need to look this dude up, man. He is a great American. I mean, a great American. He went up there a couple of years ago and stood the Greensboro City Council on their head. And I mean, he put it to them the way it was. One day, he will become president of this country if he keeps on with his way, because he believes in the Constitution. And I mean, you know, he's a straight stand-up guy, but he was giving a speech the other night, and he said, you know, history has a way of repeating itself, and said, you remember the Alamo? And, you know, there were people from all over the United States, the 13 states at that time, that went to the defense of the Alamo. You know, that's where Jim Bowie and all of them met their fate, defending that Alamo. And he said, what needs to happen, every red state in the United States of America needs to send the National Guard down there on that border and turn them people back. So that's the only way you're going to stop it, and it's going to be, you know, history repeating itself. And I agree with him 100%. I mean, you know, Steve, this thing never really, I mean, it bothered me, but it really bothered me when I got to thinking about it. We were sitting around the old fire at the duck camp, drinking some of them fine Coors beers, and we were sitting there talking, and this young guy, I mean, he probably 24, 25, was sitting there talking. He said, you think about this. Our forefathers, the people after them, our great-great-grandparents worked their butt off to build this country for us. You know, our grandchildren, everybody that's there. And these jackasses are coming up here trying to ruin it for us. And, you know, Steve, you get to thinking about it, you know, what business do they got coming up here? You know, I mean, they're coming for the free handout.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cut that off. You know, make them E-Verify where nobody can hire them, and they'll stay down there. And the other thing that got me is old Warren Buffett's railroad was raising hell because Greg Abbott shut it down today. I mean, just raising mortal hell about it, you know. Well, that's interstate commerce, and we got to go back and forth. We got to go back and forth. We got to do this. We got to do that. You know, well, they ain't looking at nothing but their bottom line.
Well, right.
They're not looking at what's
and you got thousands of illegals jumping on those trains, riding straight up to the damn border.
Exactly. And I mean, the thing that gets me out of this whole scenario with what we got to do is just shut that border down there. Stop all them trucks from coming across. Quit doing business with Mexico. Say, all right, when you clean your act up, you shut your southern border off down there where you used to shoot people for coming across and trying to invade into Mexico. When you shut your southern border down and you start doing something like the crisis up here, we might think about buying some stuff from you.
Right.
You know, I mean, this thing is really, really, really getting out of hand now. And old doofus up there, he don't know what world he's in when he goes in the morning. You know, he's just, oh, the borders, it's secure. We got all that taken care of. Oh, really? Well, you must not been looking at Eagle Pass, Texas this morning when them people come flying across there. And that's the reason Greg Abbott had to sign that emergency order, a law into effect. You know, it had to go into effect then to try to slow it down. But I mean, I'm sick at what the Congress has done. They're not doing nothing up there, fiddle-farting around, you know, kicking one another out of office when they should be trying to fix this country and seal that border down there. And I don't know if you've been following enough, but old Fetterman, he must have finally snapped out of his cloud because, boy, he got all them Democrats up there pissed at him right now. You been following any of that?
He said a few things this week. I hadn't paid close attention to it, but.
Well, I don't know what happened when he had that stroke, what kind of drugs they gave him, but they must have given him some smart drugs because he smartened up a little bit. I mean, he's voted with the Republicans on a couple of things that's got them all upset. I mean, you know, he's a goon or whatever, but I mean, they were talking about it last night.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, he woke up and he's seen what's going on, and he's seeing that he's got to serve his people. And, you know, he's got on AOC's ass a couple times and put her in her place and the rest of them up there. So, you know, maybe one day, you know, I keep hoping that anybody asks me what I want for Christmas, I want them to flush Washington up there and let's get some people up there that want to govern for, you know, we the people, you know. But, Steve, one thing before I get out of here. You know, we always reminisce at Christmas and talk about Christmas, and I want to leave this thought with you. You remember the Christmas that we aggravated the hell out of you?
Well, there's been more than one, but which in particular?
You remember this one real good. Well, you know that night. That Christmas, I can't remember what year it was because, like I say, I've slept a bunch since then. But anyway, that one Christmas, I done called that show about 4 or 5 times messing with you.
Yeah, and everybody that called, you were on the damn line with them.
Yeah. And old John and Maverick, well, he really had you warmed up. He got on there talking about playing Santa Claus at the Tractor Supply. It was giving you down the country. He hung up the phone and says, I don't want to hear another word about no damn monkeys tonight. I've had enough. Old Lobster called me and said, hey, you want to put him over the edge? I said, just dial him up.
I remember that. I remember that.
I think about that thing every time around Christmas. I said, oh, Steve, we had him wound tight as a clock. So, before I get off here, I want to wish all my friends, family, a Merry Christmas, and hope y'all are, if you're out your truck, get home safe. If you do have to be trucking over the holidays, be careful, and we'll be thinking about you. Merry Christmas, Steve, to you and Lisa and the family and everybody out there. We'll be talking to you tomorrow night, I'm sure. And what's your schedule?
I'm here for the rest of this week. Then I'll be out between Christmas and New Year, the entire week next week.
Oh, you're going to take off in time, okay? So we're going to have the best sub every night.
That's what they've been putting together, yeah. Some of the segments, trying to take out weather stuff and whatnot, and just put together segments to run through next week. Yes, sir.
Oh, okie dokie. Well, I'll see you next year.
All right, if we don't talk tomorrow night, yeah. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, safe travels as you try to get back to the Marina Del Rey. Hope you can get there in time for the baptism coming up this weekend. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Monkey Gouger brought up so many things. I got, a lot of that we'll cover. Maybe we'll circle back around to what's going on with the southern border. I mentioned last evening, I said this is immediately going to go right to the courts. They're going to sue to try to stop the new law, Bill number 4 there in Texas, allowing law enforcement to detain and deport illegals there in the state of Texas. Colorado, a divided Colorado Supreme Court Tuesday declaring that Donald Trump is ineligible for the White House under the U.S. Constitution's insurrection clause, and at this point have removed him from the presidential primary ballot, setting up a showdown probably in the nation's highest court. Yes, it will quickly go to the U.S. Supreme Court, whether the front runner in the Republican nomination can be in the race. Now, this decision from a court whose justices were all appointed by Democrat governors actually marks the first time in history that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has been used to disqualify a presidential candidate. Now, a majority of the court holds that Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under that section. It was a 4-3 decision there in Colorado's high court, overturning a ruling from a district court judge who found that Trump incited an insurrection for his role in January 6 of 21, but said he could not be barred from the ballot because it's not clear that that provision was ever intended to cover the presidency. There's a lot more that'll be coming down the pike on that. You know, we've often referred to Washington, D.C. as the swamp. Trump first elected because he was going into what was the term? Drain the swamp. I mean, the more and more that we hear things that are going on in our nation's capital, the latest this week was the scandal concerning the Senate aide that was fired over the weekend after being seen in a graphic sex video, actually recorded in a hearing room. Probably just going to get brushed under the rug like everything else in D.C. does. Tennessee Representative Tim Purgett spoke this past day. He said, quote, "I wish they would quit calling D.C. the swamp. It's not a swamp. It is an open sewer. And we better start treating it that way." Scandals like this involving the aide who was fired after that videotape surfaced, it gets brushed under because the legacy media, the mainstream media, has so much invested in their far-left Marxist propaganda machine that would destroy this country. And they'll continue to do that if the American people don't get off their butts on Election Day. You know, you're going to sit there, you'll be watching The View instead of getting off your tail and getting to the polls. When 20 million so-called evangelical Christians decide to stay home on Election Day because of some mean tweet that affects everything, that affects our school boards. You wonder why a mother going to a school board meeting and complaining about her child being taught basically pornography in the classroom, labeled by our own FBI as a domestic terrorist. That's how far down the rabbit hole we've gone in this country. He also commented on reports that lawmakers are pessimistic about reaching a deal on Ukraine funding and border security before Christmas. He said the American people are tired of the Republicans compromising, giving in, capitulating. 8 million people, we're talking the size of Tennessee, has come across this border in the last 3 years. Over 100,000 children are here. They're being welcomed in, and the sad truth is they're not telling you is that they'll get to this country. They'll be treated better than our dadgum veterans are. They'll actually kick veterans out of homes, out of housing, so the illegals can come in and stay for free and then be paid and actually given a supplement. We have to ignite. Republicans, he said, must ignite the capitalism that the left is trying to destroy with these Marxist policies. They hate everything about this country. D.C. is not a swamp. It is an open, what did he call it? An open sewer. You ever been around an open sewer? They stink. But he is correct. All right, a couple minutes before news break here. Rubber Duck will check in. We'll hear from, hey, Mike, what day is it? And so much more to cover. Topic that came up last week was about possibly mandating what they call kill switches on all new automobiles. Model year 2026 and on. This is in regards to technology that has not yet been perfected, but they're talking about mandated, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, talking about mandating this, the kill switch in all vehicles. This is apparently part of the 2021 infrastructure bill that Biden approved. Section 24220 regarding a requirement for automakers to begin including a vehicle kill switch with the operating software of new cars capable of disabling a vehicle if it were to detect any sort of driver impairment. That has sparked a lot of controversy. I suppose it looks like they're going to be asking for comments from the American people on this. So we'll delve more into that. So like I said, we've got a lot to cover as we roll into a brand new day. First, we'll get to our top of the hour news break. Oh, and let me advise you, we'll have our full discussion with Mark Blackman, the CEO of Gold Eagle, and now merging together with Hot Shot Secret. That full interview coming up just ahead here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Power restoration efforts are continuing today following this week's East Coast storms. Maine is the hardest hit state with more than 430,000 homes and businesses reported to be in the dark. At the height of the outages, more than 130,000 utility customers were reported without power in Massachusetts, another 27,000 in Connecticut. Storms with heavy rain and damaging winds swept across the eastern seaboard Sunday through Monday. There's been an increase in fake bomb threats against Jewish people.
An organization monitoring threats against Jewish communities reports over 200 false bomb threats and swatting calls during the weekend. The Secure Community Network states that these incidents targeted facilities in various states, including California, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, and Washington. Swatting involves making prank calls to authorities to falsely prompt a SWAT team response under the pretense of a crime occurring. I'm John Schaefer.
There's another lawsuit coming against Rudy Giuliani by two former Georgia election workers days after they won a previous $150 million defamation lawsuit. Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss are asking a judge to permanently bar Giuliani from making more defamatory comments about them. Giuliani accused the workers of helping to steal the 2020 presidential election from former President Trump and was subsequently charged with spreading conspiracy theories. The workers say he destroyed their reputation and exposed them to vicious threats. A total of 25 states will be raising their minimum wage in 2024. Workers in states ranging from California to Montana, Florida, and Ohio will be setting their minimum wage above $10 and as high as $16 in states like California and New York. 20 states will be keeping the federal minimum wage of $7.25. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Hunter Biden will be arraigned in January on tax charges. President's son is expected to make his first appearance in Los Angeles on the 9 tax-related charges. It's set for January 11th. Hunter faces 3 felony and 6 misdemeanor counts with a maximum penalty of 17 years in prison. President Biden paid tribute to life and legacy of the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor during her funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. In his remarks, he highlighted O'Connor as a trailblazer who shattered barriers in both the legal and political realms. An annual count says that homelessness in America reached a record high.
The report found more than 650,000 people were living in shelters or outside in tents and cars. This is an astounding 12% increase from the year before. Homelessness has been rising since 2017, in large part due to the sheer lack of affordable housing. There was a pause during the pandemic because of sweeping federal aid that kept people from getting evicted. I'm John Schaefer.
Your ride to space just might be at your local convenience store. A new scratch-off ticket game in Texas has a second chance prize that could send you to space. Anyone who doesn't win a prize can enter the second chance drawing for a trip to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. 4 people and their guests will fly to the edge of space, courtesy of a company called Space Perspective, and one rider will win $100,000. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Listeners, all those cartoon characters out there, be on your best behavior because the boss is in the house. I'd like to welcome a special guest of the program. Mark Blackman joins us with Gold Eagle. And, of course, we're going to talk a bit about Gold Eagle and Lubrication Specialties, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret, coming together. 2 great American companies joining together. First of all, good morning, Mark. Maybe tell me and the listeners what you do and who you are at Gold Eagle.
Good morning, Steve. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to all our great listeners. My name's Mark Blackman. I am the CEO Chief Executive Officer of Gold Eagle, and we are delighted to be a part of and to have merged with Hot Shot Secret, and LSI. So I get to lead this entire project, and I'm very honored to do that.
So a little bit about when did you start with Gold Eagle? How long you been with them?
So it's an interesting story. I started off in the wine business, and so graduating the fantastic and wonderful University of Arizona, I ultimately ended up in the wine business and was with the Gallo Winery for 10 years. And I was engaged when I graduated, and my fiance and I were getting married within the next year. And at graduation, my father-in-law, Bob Hirsch, who is the second generation owner of Gold Eagle, approached me and just, we had gotten to know each other and just said, go out and get a job, get some experience, but don't rule out Gold Eagle someday. And, coming from a background where my dad was a top executive at United Airlines, I had been exposed to the corporate world my whole life. And so the idea of coming into a smaller manufacturing company, I was obviously very polite, but that was not my intent long term at all. It was to climb the corporate ladder, of course, as any, 22-year-old is thriving to do. And I was with Gallo for 10 years, and I believe on my way to Modesto, I had a couple more stops in front of me, which is Modesto's where Gallo's based. And, but, as I got a little bit older and my wife was saying, hey, I don't want to move anymore, started thinking long and hard about it. And I joined Gold Eagle in 1993. And I can't believe it's been 30 years.
You're about to celebrate a 30-year anniversary.
Fantastic ride.
Yeah, 30 years almost. Wow. So what's a typical day like for you now?
Well, as CEO, you're responsible first and foremost for the vision of the company and where it's going. And then, with your team, there's going to be challenges, with that vision. So your team will bring you in, and you'll get involved in some of the hurdles, some of the challenges that any company will be a part of. And certainly in the last 3 years, with the pandemic and supply chain and inflation and everything that's been coming at us, I've been a little bit more in the day-to-day than what you typically are. But really, it's first of all to work on the vision. Secondly, to help solve problems, and certainly support the execution as much as possible. And then thirdly, to really be the outside face of Gold Eagle. And for the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure of being the chairman of MEMA, which is the Motor Equipment Manufacturing Association, the Vehicle Suppliers Association. Mm-hmm. And that's been a fantastic experience, and I'm proud of what we've been able to do, and humbled by that opportunity.
So here we are. I mean, I've kind of lost track of time. It's been probably close to a year when this whole, maybe a little longer than a year, when word came out that there was talks of Chris Gabrelchik hooking up with someone else, and he had talked to various investment firms and opted no. He wanted to go with a family-owned business, kind of like what Gold Eagle is. He said everybody seems to be on the same page. How do you feel like things are going? What are the goals with the two companies coming together, would you say, maybe over the next maybe 5 years?
So let's talk real quick about really what the two companies believe in. And this is really the foundation of what I think brought us together. Gold Eagle has traditionally grown through acquiring companies. And not that we don't grow our own brands and what we have organically in-house, we do. But at the same time, we've much of our growth over the years has come from acquiring companies and brands. And when we were on one of our acquisition searches, we're looking at different companies, and one of our customers brought up, because we ask our customers all the time, hey, is there someone we should be looking at? And one of our customers brought up, I think it was O'Reilly's, brought up the Hot Shot Secret brand and LSI. And so Chris and I made contact with Chris and just reached out to him and just introduced myself, and we started talking and just said, hey, we don't know where this is going. We don't even know if it even makes sense to go anywhere. And this is way back in 2017.
Wow.
And we said, but let's meet, let's talk. And instantly Chris and I really connected in a very natural way. Our values are very similar. His ambition for the company and what Gold Eagle's ambition is are very similar and aligned. And then at the same time, really what the companies believe in. And, in our business, the additive business, there's a lot of people out there that just think whether you put it in your oil or you put it in fuel, that it's snake oil.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, many of our competitors have products that really aren't much better than snake oil. And I don't want to get into any details. I'm never going to talk bad about any specific competitor, but I can tell you that there's products out there that make claims that are just not accurate. And what you have in two companies with Gold Eagle and LSI are people that are very passionate about what their products do. And we have a philosophy at Gold Eagle, which is similar at LSI, in that we will never put anything in the bottle that doesn't meet the claims on the label. And sometimes that's a disadvantage because you're kind of fighting with one arm behind your back against some of these competitors that, claim to do everything and cure cancer at the same time. And that's just not accurate. And so what we have found at Gold Eagle with our brands is we have a tremendous amount of trust with the consumer and a belief in the brand and a belief that it does exactly what it says. And so our mantra at Gold Eagle has been driven to protect and preserve the things you love. So the things that people are very passionate about, they're not going to sit here and try to skimp and buy things that are might save them a few pennies. They're going to go with the products they believe in. And that's why that trust is so important. So come along, we meet, Chris and I get together and we start talking and exchanging philosophies. And besides just really, I think, liking each other personally, we found a real match in that, LSI has always been powered by science. And their belief is that, if they're going to come out with something, it's going to be proven scientifically. And
Yes,
they
sir.
have, Hot Shot Secret is a very differentiated scientific approach to solving problems. So both companies are very focused and dedicated to differentiated products. We don't want to just have products that are the same that everybody else has on the market. We have to be dedicated to performance and delivering our promise to the consumer or whoever's buying the product. And then thirdly, we're really focused on solving problems. So we want to identify the next problem that's out there. And both companies have an amazing research and development team that does just that. And we test it, we get third-party testing, we make darn sure that it's not only a differentiated technology and delivers on what the consumer needs, but it's also, a product that's been tested and by third party and validates everything that we're saying it does. So long story short, Steve, those two elements were really foundationally a part of what the two companies were initially attracted to each other. And then the other thing I'll say is that Chris, as with Gold Eagle, but Chris shows an uncanny dedication to his people and dedication to the fact that LSI is in Ohio, in Mount Gilead, and is very proud of what that company does for the local economy and wants to keep it there. And our belief in our people is very similar in that we want to take care of our people. We want to provide for a very fulfilling, career, satisfying career and balance at the same time. So very family oriented. But at the same time, also, I think when Chris heard our commitment to, being in Mount Gilead, that's something that's much different than I think what, he had heard from other opportunities to sell. Mm-hmm. And so really there's a lot of alignment. There has been a lot of alignment. There continues to be a lot of alignment. And we're more so every day bringing the two companies together. But there's nothing that Gold Eagle will do that will harm that fantastic culture. We don't want to change that culture. We don't want to change the passion. We don't want to change the way that, LSI has been doing business and the personality and the culture of LSI. We just want to augment it and enable it and support it.
That you've answered several of my further questions in that right there, because, Hot Shot Secret, LSI and Chris and this whole audience have been together for a number of years. And when we started talking about a possible merger, acquisition changes, a lot of listeners were like, hey, Steve, a lot of times these companies come in and they're going to cut out the main ingredients and start cutting the product in half. Is it going to be the same product we've been buying? Because I'm not going to support something that's going to be cut in half. And so none of that's happening. It's all the same thing that we've been purchasing for years. Or better.
There's a constant dedication to improving. So if there's something else that comes out that we can only make the product better, we're going to do that. But no, there's nothing that's changed. And being a consumer product marketing company that Gold Eagle is, we have enough research and we've acquired enough brands to know that consumers, if you have a very diehard, dedicated, loyal brand following in the consumers, and you start changing things, even if it even smells different, they feel like it's been changed. And there's no need to do that. It's a fantastic product that is really taken the market by storm. Why would we ever change that?
And we still have a Hot Shot Secret has always had the guarantee that if you're not satisfied, they'll refund your money.
Absolutely. And Gold Eagle's always had that as well.
All right, we're going to take a quick pause here. And I've got several other questions for you. I don't know how much time you have here, Mark, but we want to come back. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle studio.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
All right, welcome back. We're speaking with Mark Blackman, the Chief Executive Officer, kind of getting to know Mark. And we're talking about how the last year and a half, we've seen the transition, the merging of Hot Shot Secret or lubrication specialties with Gold Eagle. Mark, how often do you get an opportunity to visit Mount Gilead, the Ohio office? Have you had a chance to be there? Or?
Well, I've had a chance to be there, but I haven't been there nearly enough. Unfortunately, in the last couple years, things have been pretty busy with, the pandemic and supply chain. And there's a great team there at LSI and in Mount Gilead, and certainly our team is very involved with them on a day-to-day basis. And so, no, I haven't gotten there enough, and I need to be there more. It's just been very busy, and as I've been chairman with MEMA, that's taken a lot of time. So that's gonna start easing up now, and so, God willing, and assuming everything else in the world and the economy start easing up a little bit, I'm going to be there more.
There's a lot of uncertain times, we know. But, hey, in your eyes, how do you think that with the merger of Gold Eagle and Lubrication Specialties, you think things are going smooth? Things are going well?
Yeah, I think things are going really well. This is the first time that Gold Eagle has ever acquired a brand or a company that has a separate operation. And so in most other, what that means, Steve, is in every other case, we've acquired the brand, but we haven't acquired the operating assets. And so the brand and the brand equity, if you will, just gets folded into our company at Gold Eagle, and we make everything at Gold Eagle. And so again, based on discussions with Chris, based on who LSI is as a company, and also based on the real special nature of the things they do, we've kept everything in Mount Gilead, and we'll do that. And so that in itself provided some challenges and things that we've had having to get used to. But at the same time, there's such great people at LSI, and I feel such great people at Gold Eagle that we're all figuring out and like I said earlier, figuring out where we can add value. And so I think it's going really well. I think there's opportunities to further synergize and that's business speak. Forgive me for using a term like that, because that's like what everybody says. But there's opportunities to further do that, in that with the operation at Hot Shot Secret, they are going to maybe be more capable of running some certain items than Gold Eagle currently runs today, and vice versa. And maybe some of that, there's some cross-pollination there. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of things that we've worked on operationally to help LSI, and just using some of our expertise, and that'll continue.
That's great. I know that there's a lot of expansion that's been going on. I mean, Chris went from a pole barn to Facility 1 to where they are now, then back to both. And it's like things keep growing. With that, that's a good thing. As long as you're growing, things are going well, I would say.
Absolutely. And if you're not growing, you're dying. And you gotta continue to do that. And we feel like the runway for Hot Shot Secret and LSI as a company is very long.
Hey, so I get a chance to go down to the Mid-America Truck Show. That's the big, trucking show in Louisville, Kentucky. Do you get any chance to go to the shows? I mean, here a few weeks ago, I think they had the SEMA and the Apex show. And do you get to go to those? And how do things work there?
Yeah, absolutely. We have, not been as focused on the heavy duty truck shows. We go to them, but we don't have and haven't had the presence like what Hot Shot Secret has at LSI. But when then you flip gears and you go to, Apex and SEMA, both companies are there. Gold Eagle has been a long senior. We have a lot of seniority there. We've been there for a long time. So Apex and SEMA, absolutely. At the Mid-America Truck Show now, yes, we are going to that as a part of LSI and Hot Shot Secret. And there's another organization and another event that's put on by MEMA, which is HDAW, which is the Heavy Duty Aftermarket Week. And it's the heavy duty version of Apex. And I've been able to introduce that to LSI, and LSI is starting to participate in that more and more.
That's great.
As we look at the heavy duty business.
Okay, so we're well represented at the big shows. And
absolutely, yeah, and again, although Gold Eagle hasn't gone in itself to that many heavy duty shows, LSI has great representation. Kyle Fisher and his team, they hit so many different shows.
Oh, with the expansion of the shows and the racing and the tractor pulls and really getting into the racing thing. Chris was kind of hesitant about that. And he looks back and he said, man, I should have jumped on that a lot earlier, because that really has grown. When these big racing names say this product does what it says it does, other people, they flock to it.
The incredible thing about that is there wasn't specifically, I don't believe, with LSI, and as you alluded to with Chris, there wasn't specifically a racing strategy. But what happened was we wanted to get, or LSI wanted to get, some of these people that are very knowledgeable about engines and building engines, both for racing and otherwise, to try the product, just to say, hey, you know, what do you think? And, you know, again, some of these folks had the attitude that this was snake oil. And then once they tried it, they came back and said, whoa, what is that stuff?
Right.
And that had, I've never seen a response like that. And so slowly but surely the word came out, and to really just say, hey, we're just going to help market, and from a marketing standpoint, we're going to sponsor, you know, some racing series, heavy duty, you know, truck racing series, diesel truck racing series. And lo and behold, what happened through the drivers, the racers understanding a little bit more about Hot Shot Secret, they tried it and they had a very similar experience where it was like, whoa. And now I believe, if you look at the diesel truck racing series, I think all of the top 10 drivers are racing and using Hot Shot
Secret. Correct, yes. And that's 3 years consecutive now that all the top divisions in the Outlaw Diesel Super Series have been Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers.
And that didn't happen just because, you know, and a lot of times in racing, somebody gets out a wallet and says, okay, we're going to pay you to put this on your car. They were actually coming to us because they wanted to be competitive and because this product helped their engines run so much better.
All right, I got a couple.
That's pretty gratifying, and that's something that LSI should be really proud of.
Excellent. I got a couple of other quick questions, and we'll kind of wind things down here because I know you don't have all day, but do you have anyone that maybe influences you or that you look up to?
You know, there have been and there have been so many different people that have influenced my life. And you know, if you sit here and you say, okay, who are the ones that have really, that if in a pinch, who would I call? And I think of you know, a friend in particular from college. I think of a boss that I've had at Gallo, who incidentally is on our advisory board today at Gold Eagle. I think of another gentleman that I came into contact as he was the CEO of a major company that we did business with. And we've gotten to be very good friends over the years. And he happens to live in my hometown, and he happens to now be on the LSI advisory board. And so these are just a handful. There's many others. My father-in-law, obviously, my dad, who's no longer with us, but my father-in-law is, and he's another guy that's just had incredible impact on my career. You know, the gentleman that runs MEMA today, he and I share a lot of the same values, and he's just a true natural leader and someone that has such experience in the industry. You know, I look up to him a lot as well, and he's also had a great impact on me.
That's great. Maybe one thing that you'd say is unique or personal about you.
Well, I think the one thing that's kind of boring, but the one thing I will tell you that most people won't know, and that is that I am a freak about weather. So what I've been told is many times I would have made a great meteorologist, a great weatherman, and be that personality on TV. But I just weather has always, from the day that I was a little kid and my dad, we were living in Miami and there was a hurricane, And my dad opened the sliding glass door, and I was probably all of about 3 or 4 years old, and he picked me up and held me out in the wind. And from that day, the hook was set. And so I've always been, I'm one of those guys that would be the prototypical storm chaser.
Wow, that's me. That's what I do. You know, and here we are. I'm doing a program, and we're trying to syndicate and get on affiliates. And the guy, the boss guy, says, "Yeah, you do too much weather. You're talking too much about the weather." Nobody. I said, "Well, I'm doing national weather. I'm not doing local weather." You know, but that's interesting because yes, I've always been. I think in my case, it was when I was very young and there was a tornado warning, the sirens are blaring and I was scared to death and my mom and me were in the car and I had to run in the house. I don't know. I've been fascinated about weather ever since. So that's great.
I had one time where I was in Denver and I was calling on the old Buyers Club, if you remember that organization. And it was for the Gala Winery. And I'm in his office and we're talking, and all of a sudden people are running down the hallway going, "Oh my God, there's a tornado hovering over downtown Denver." And I just looked at him and I said, "Excuse me, I gotta go." Because, you know, I need to see it. I need to observe it. I need to be a part of it. So.
Wow. Well,
yeah, so be careful what you wish for, Steve. You and I may be going out and doing a little storm chasing.
Well, more than that, I've got a personal friend who owns a winery who came to Cincinnati, Ohio from Croatia. Kreso Molvik. Look up Kreso. Vino Colette Winery. He's personal friend, and he's started this little thing as a hobby, and he's grown to the largest winery, the vineyard, here in Southwest Ohio, the only operating vineyard here in my county. And I actually go out and MC some of his concerts, and it's really great. But I want you to give him some advice on how to grow his operation. You've been in with the biggest of the big guys. He's a small guy that came here to the U.S., and he's a great immigration story in the wine business.
When I'm back down there, let's set up a meeting. Let's get the time together, and we can. I'd love that.
That'd be great. Well, Mark, thank you so much for taking some time out. I know, Mindy, I'm sorry we may have went a little over. We'll have to maybe edit things down to squeeze it in properly between our breaks. But thank you so much. It's great to have you with us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks for what you've done and support and bringing these two companies together. And we look forward to chatting with you again.
And, Steve, if there's ever a time that it makes sense that you want me on live, I'd be happy to do it. I just didn't want to assume, so just tell me.
Absolutely.
And anytime middle of the night, if I need to get up, I'll do it.
Okay. We'll take you on that. All right. Thank you so much. Hey, we'll return after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hotshot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hotshot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as Paul Harvey used to say, now we know the rest of the story. How about that? Great to have the opportunity to chat with Mark Blackman. And kind of fascinating. Who would have ever guessed he's a weather kind of guy? It's great. And started in the wine business, no less. Talk about a transition. So where did we leave off? Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve, from New York City. Good to have you with us. Thank you for a great show. Hello to Double R. Checking in over here in White Sands, New Mexico. As we're headed for Michigan, then it's Tennessee bound for the holidays. Everybody have a nice Christmas. I'm listening in, brother. Thank you so much. Hello to Bourbon Street Gary. There he is. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Bourbon Street Gary is listening in. And I had a little surprise package arrive this past day. Thanks, Gary. What is it with you guys? I really appreciate it. I got an Omaha steak package in the mail once again. Gary tries to do something special for us every year. I don't know. I say, why do you do that? He says, Steve, you don't know how many nights you've helped keep me awake as I roll down the highway. It's my way of saying thank you for what you do. So we will definitely enjoy the whole steak package there. Meanwhile, getting back to business as usual, we left off, I was talking about industry headlines, one of which is the mandate of possibly forcing the auto industry to place kill switches in all new vehicles by the 2026 model year. As the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration had published their preliminary report on the mandate, and laying out some of the challenges that would face that sort of implementation. They are seeking feedback from the public on the issue. According to the Washington Post, they're kind of curious to learn if the people, will the public accept the potential for false positives that could possibly prevent sober drivers from operating a vehicle? Just imagine an emergency, but you can't do anything because your car won't start. Getting a false positive or any other situation for that matter. We're sure your boss will understand if you called in saying, I can't make it to work because my automobile's prevention technology had a false positive, or any other kind of emergency, maybe even with life-threatening implications. Even if the system is 99.9% accurate, that could still amount to 1 million false positives a day, which is something all of us will have to deal with if this system is implemented. I hadn't thought of it along that line. Yes, 99.9%. All right. Can you imagine 1 million people a day? My damn car won't start. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration also wants to know how the government should educate the public about technology-related privacy concerns. These concerns include listening to you in your car, tracking your eyes. They're already doing that through the GenX system and other similar systems, as well as tracking your driver inputs, steering, your location, gas and brake pedal. More sensors mean more data collection, which is all privacy concerns. The Automotive Coalition for Traffic Safety aims to have a working, what they will call drunk driver detector by the end of 2025, and automakers will have to figure out how to install it in new vehicles, even as the agency notes the system might increase costs and complexity, which will undoubtedly be passed on to the consumer. Great cars are going to be more expensive. Now, you can voice your concerns. Make sure your voice is heard regarding this proposal at regulations.gov. You need a docket number. We share these on a regular basis when it comes to trucking industry-related issues. This is for anyone and everyone out there. This affects all people that drive a vehicle. If you go to regulations.gov, you'll type in a docket number in the search section. In this case, it will be NHTSA-2022-0079. And when I use the dashes, you must input the dashes when you input the numbers. So don't forget those. Follow the instructions once it's been published in the Federal Register. You can also actually use good old-fashioned snail mail or fax comments to the U.S. Department of Transportation. Now, a lot of people are infuriated that this rule that Representative Thomas Massey's tried to strip from the bill. Now is your chance. Speak up. Let them know that this is a very bad idea. Let's bury them with comments, emails, voice messages, and let them know how you feel. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. And hey, well, let's see, Mike. That's where we begin. What day is it?
Hey, Mike. What day is it? Hey, this is the last time of the year to do this. What day is it?
Yes, it is. Because we won't be here live next Hump Day morning. Everybody's on Christmas vacation. Yeah, it is
Not
Hump
everybody.
Day. Well, I'm sorry. Some will be out there working. I know, moving the freight, moving the groceries. Propane's got to move.
That's right. Propane accessories. Well, we want to make cars safe for everybody. Why don't we just make it so they can't exceed the speed limit? There's got to be technology out there to
discussed.
make them so
they're talking about it. Yes.
So, all they talk about is how speed kills. So if speed kills, well, maybe we should make them so they can't go faster than the speed limit. Just think what everybody will think, not being able to everybody have to drive like me, Your Honor.
Everybody'd be having, you got the pedal to the metal, but the vehicle just won't speed up, right?
Won't go any faster. Yeah. And I think New York City has done something like that, haven't they, with their municipal-owned vehicles, either the ones they have or the ones that are coming in, as well as besides the all-electric fleet or something. But I think they've got those set up so that they cannot exceed the posted speed limit.
Correct. With all the GPS technology, the GPS technology it's built into all the new vehicles already, and with the GPS, it's what roads you're on, where you're at, and what the posted speed limit is, and they can tie that into your accelerator capabilities.
Yeah,
you can
the
exceed
ECM, the ECM will know what to do to let the car go or not. But yeah, I'm sitting right here. I got Waze on. I'm sitting right here. It tells me how fast I'm going. It tells me what the speed limit is and whether I'm exceeding it or at it or below it or what everything. So anyways, and with this automatic kill switch thing, the automatic, are they going to let law enforcement be able to have control of that? So say you got somebody that you want to pull over, law enforcement has somebody they want to make a traffic stop, and those people decide they don't want to stop. Are they going to be able to do something to make that car be disabled and not be able to run, or
good question,
put it into a restricted mode so that maybe it'll only do 20 miles an hour, or when you have the traffic stop and you're worried about them taking off, would the law enforcement be able to disable their vehicles?
Yeah.
So that they wouldn't be able to drive away. Questions, Your Honor. But so questions. What is up with Colorado, Your Honor? Besides the fact they got too many Democrats.
Yeah. Hey, I guess the state has become more than woke.
So if Donald J. Trump isn't allowed to be put on the primary ballot, what happens if everybody goes in that's a Republican and does
writes his name in
write-in ballot
and
writes Donald J. Trump, Donald John Trump, great big letters, in as a write-in? Would he be able to get the nomination if it was a write-in vote? Or because he's not supposed to be on the ballot, would they disallow the write-in? Questions, Your Honor.
Questions.
No answers.
In other words, would they be willing to actually ignore the will of the people in that state?
Exactly. And the thing is, I don't know if the thing is it's just a Republican primary. So
yeah.
So would the Democrat? I mean, here you go. Would the Democrats disallow what the Republicans want? That's the thing. It's not the full election, because more than likely in the full election of the state, in the electoral college votes are going to go to the Democratic candidate, whoever it is, out in Colorado. It's kind of like Maryland. It doesn't matter, but that's the way it's going to go. But you should still have the Republican candidate on the ticket for the Republicans to vote to who they want.
Absolutely.
You shouldn't be able to disallow that. So, but anyways, yeah. So I don't know. Got kind of a normal thing going on here. Kind of quiet. Come down the Delmarva Peninsula, things are all quiet out there. The weather's holding here somewhere right around the freezing mark, and nice clear skies, and just listening to good radio. And this is a really good interview there with Mark there. That was very, very enlightening. And so hopefully sounds like things should continue on the way they are and keep improving the way they've always have. So looking forward to that.
Yes, sir.
And anyways, but other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot more going on than that. So just doing our normal thing. And then last night, really listening a little closer, realized that we're going to have to find something. We're going to be listening. Are we going to have to listen to that show that keeps playing over and over again? The one there where Lone Ranger was out west and he was trying to buy a house and he got undercut by the guy from California.
No.
And he ended up finding.
My understanding, Mindy tells me that they have been working, editing down all new best of episodes to run next week when I'm out of here.
All right, because I've heard that story about the large car, all in the parking lot that he passed and then passed back 4 or 5 times, and then it ended up laying on its side in Tennessee. And I don't know. We've heard that episode so many times we almost know it by heart now, Your Honor.
Hey, I did get a chance to have a few words with Lone Ranger via online chat here a few weeks ago. Wintertime rolls around. I guess he kept his place in Pennsylvania for the summer months. So I'm not sure exactly when he was going back, but he did say he's going to be going back to his Arizona residence for the winter months. And, of course, when we kick things off at midnight Eastern, they'd be in the West Coast. He's at least Mountain Time zone.
Yeah.
He might be 3 hours behind. So,
well, Arizona doesn't change their clock, so they're Mountain Time with daylight savings.
Okay.
Then with Standard Time, they go in daylight savings. They go back to California time. So the majority of the year they're on California time. And then when it goes back to Standard Time, then they move back with the Mountain Time people.
Okay.
So anyways, yeah, he'll be starting there at 9 o'clock there most of the time. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he should be. I don't know, 9, 10, something like that. We'll get it figured out.
So I made it sound like
because he's getting
old. Man.
He might be to bed by 8 o'clock.
Correct. Right. So
taking his Geritol and going to bed at 8 o'clock or something. But. Anyway, so did I understand it right there that Monkey Gouger invited everybody to come have Christmas dinner at his house? Did I catch that when he was wishing everybody Merry Christmas, that everybody should come to his house for Christmas dinner?
Swing on by the Marina Del Rey. I'm sure he would welcome you in with open arms. Oh, I'm sorry, an open arm. Ha!
Yeah, that's right. But anyways, there's so. Good to hear from him here, and so I guess everybody else, and I'll wish everybody a quick Merry Christmas, but we'll save the big one there for another day or two here later on. So we'll let you get out there and do your due diligence, Your Honor. You got more work to do before you get to have a week and a half vacation.
There you go. Well, let's see what we can find. Yeah, the Colorado Supreme Court overturning the lower court ruling this past day. Said Trump is disqualified from appearing on the state's ballots, plurally ballots, over his indictment of insurrection. Now, they did say the court allowed time for the former president to file an appeal, by staying the effect of this ruling until January the 4th, which undoubtedly will, if it hasn't already been filed. Objections to Trump's presidential campaign based on this provision in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that says anyone who, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion after making an oath of office would be barred from serving as president. Of course, there has been no conviction. Trump was not in the Capitol, at the Capitol. He held a speech how many blocks away. His attorneys say that he did not participate or incite insurrection. And also that the provision didn't apply to him anyway. Spokesman for the Trump campaign released a statement criticizing the ruling shortly after it was released yesterday, stating, quote, the Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight. We will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. Now, it was last month Colorado's district judge, Sarah Wallace, ruled against the effort to ban him from ballot, despite finding she felt that he had indeed engaged in insurrection. Wallace, in her, I guess it was 102-page decision, said the court finds that petitioners have established that Trump engaged in an insurrection on January 6th through indictment, and that the First Amendment does not protect Trump's speech. The court holds there is scant direct evidence regarding whether the presidency is one of the positions subject to disqualification, though. Now, they had a similar lawsuit in Michigan that also failed, but that's all, the litigants there said they would appeal. Everybody doing what they can. At what lengths will they go to prevent Donald Trump from even being on the ballot yet, better yet, becoming president once again? Unbelievable. 6 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Who we got online? I'm not seeing a name there.
AJ.
AJ?
Yes, sir.
Hello, AJ.
How you doing?
Well, doing well.
So, this is like a very crude idea, but I have some controversial views, I'll say.
Controversial?
Yeah, a little bit. So we have this word equality, right?
Mm-hmm.
For any aspect. And I may or may not be a father going through a custody proceeding. Now, throughout this proceeding, I'm staying a certain level of becoming. Scrutiny on me, cool. Worried about my past, cool. But why is it that it's still me being punished, per se, and I haven't done anything wrong? Heard wolf crying wolf. But I don't have a footing as just a father,
Mm-hmm.
So
one of those deals where I don't know. Historically, it seems as though in these sort of cases, custody cases, it's almost traditional that the mother kind of comes in with unless there's some big time issues there. The mother seems to always have a bit of a leg up when it comes to the courts and the findings. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, and when I say that, I mean, like, okay. So, for instance, you're right. It is like a mother state. Where I am is probably a mother state. But what I'm saying is, if we just had laws passed that say, by law, that a father's fatherhood, I guess, per se, wouldn't be scrutinized or doesn't matter until the day of birth and from that point on. So why is it that only thing that is being talked about is what my co-parent wants to be talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I feel like
I've never
humility.
Personally. I think I get where you're coming from. I've never personally, dealt with any sort of case. I have 2 kids, but I've been with my spouse for 40 plus years now. I do have a grandson, daughter who's no longer but they haven't really had any issues going through the courts and whatnot about paternity. He pretty much spends the weekends with his dad and lives with mom, but they kind of personally agreed on that. But I guess that can be a very difficult issue, but I don't really have any answers. But I thank you for chiming in this morning. We got to get a news break, though, as we hit top of the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming on midweek. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Former President Trump is being barred from appearing on Colorado's presidential ballot next year. The Colorado Supreme Court said on Tuesday he violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban on January 6, 2021, when he encouraged the violent demonstrations at the U.S. Capitol. Trump had earlier won similar cases in Michigan and Minnesota, and he will be on the ballot in those states. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
California was among all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the Virginia Islands that joined the settlement as well. There's going to be another hearing whether U.S. Army officials should be allowed to tear down a Confederate memorial statue at Arlington National Cemetery.
On Monday, U.S. District Judge Rossi Alston ruled on a restraining order to block the CSA memorial's removal. A group called Defend Arlington filed a federal lawsuit Sunday seeking the restraining order. Last year, an independent commission recommended to Congress that the memorial be taken down. as part of the wider effort to rename military bases and assets that commemorate America's historic Southern Confederacy. I'm Ryan Daniels.
According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in 2024. The billionaire and former CEO of Microsoft said this year marked the first time he utilized artificial intelligence for work and serious reasons. Gates expressed that in the coming year, scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to OmahaSteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to OmahaSteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As the Israel-Hamas conflict persists, the United Nations Security Council will meet to deliberate on a potential vote regarding a ceasefire. It is noteworthy that the U.S. vetoed a similar resolution earlier this month. Human rights advocates and aid groups report that a significant portion of Gaza's population has been displaced since the commencement of hostilities, with approximately half of them facing the threat of starvation. Mother Nature made a mess of New England yesterday with rain and strong winds knocking down trees and power lines. Crews are still at work to restore power and clean up downed trees and wires. The region was battered with high winds and a deluge of rain Monday night, knocking down trees and power lines and killing at least 4 people. 2 people were killed by falling trees in Massachusetts and Maine. Flooding is a major concern, with schools and transit systems delaying. It's not looking good for the sitting president, according to the latest poll.
President Biden's approval rating is reaching an historic low, as indicated by a recent Monmouth University poll. Only 34% of Americans approve of his performance in the White House, while 61% disapprove. Particularly, the president received unfavorable ratings for his management of immigration and inflation. This poll emerges with the 2024 election less than 11 months away.
That's John Schaefer. The Powerball jackpot now at $572 million ahead of tomorrow's drawing. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Kevin this morning. Look, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 25 degrees, clear skies, Ellsworth, Iowa tonight. Just loaded my powerful chrome-plated cow truck, got it pointed north at a high rate of speed for America's Dairyland. 3 days until my year is over. I was born and raised in Colorado, but was kicked out due to my being a conservative. Yeah, my hot blonde wife and I left that crap hole 40 years ago, never looked back. A special one-night-only shout-out to Horse Feathers from Parks Livestock of Iowa. Great to have you on board. There you go. Colorado. We all know a lot of stuff got screwed up during the pandemic. The Internal Revenue Service was a mess. When they literally shuttered, nearly shuttered operations, had people working from home. We know that the likes of Dean Michael, the tax doctor, whose primary occupation is assisting people who had failed to file taxes. You'd get a hold of him. He'd get your information. He would contact the IRS and get what they call a transcript of all what you've got going on with the IRS. Well, during the pandemic, there was nobody to call. You couldn't get a transcript. Damn near put him out of business. He was one of those that had to go through the process of, what do they call it, the Paycheck Protection Program, to actually keep afloat during the pandemic. A lot of people failed to file taxes. The IRS at that point had stopped sending out reminders to people who hadn't paid taxes. Big announcement from the IRS this past day. They're going to waive penalty fees for people who failed to pay back taxes if the total less than $100,000 per year for the tax years 2020 and 2021. Nearly 5 million people, businesses, and even some tax-exempt organizations, most making under $400,000 per year, will be eligible for this relief starting this week. Now, like I said, this totals about $1 billion. The IRS had temporarily suspended mailing out the automated reminders to pay overdue tax bills during the pandemic. Beginning February of 2022, the leadership says the pause in automated reminders is a reason behind the decision to forgive what would have been the failure to pay penalties. Due to the unprecedented effects of the pandemic, these reminders would have normally been issued as a follow-up after the initial notice, they said. Although these reminder notices were suspended, the failure to pay penalty continues to accrue for taxpayers who did not fully pay their bills in response to the initial balance due notice. Now, while the IRS plans to resume sending out normal collection notices, the announcement yesterday is meant as a one-time relief based on the unprecedented interruption caused by the pandemic. It was an extraordinary time, and the IRS had to take extraordinary steps, according to the commissioner. He said the change will be automatic for many taxpayers and will not require you to take additional action, additional forms, paperwork. Taxpayers are eligible for automatic relief if you filed a Form 1040, 1041, 1120 series, or Form 990T tax return for years 2020 or 21. Owe less than $100,000 per year in back taxes, and received an initial balance due notice between February of 22 and December 7th of this year. if people paid the failure to pay penalty, they will get a refund. People need to know the IRS is on their side, he said. You believe that? Yeah, the IRS is on my side, buddy. Okay. And I got a oceanfront property to sell you there in Arizona. The IRS is all about bringing money in. That's all they give a damn about. They don't care a thing about any one of us. It's all about the money. Hello, Dwayne. He said, I wonder how many winning lottery tickets will be sold this time at the same gas station in California. Yeah, last one there was 2 winning tickets sold at the same station in Encino, California. Imagine that. He said, the lottery's rigged, just like the elections. Now that is, I have to do a little search on that. 2 big winning tickets sold at the same place? How does that actually happen? Yeah, I mean, the odds of winning if it's a Powerball, Mega Millions, one in how many billions? And it would be impossible odds to sell 2 at the same place and be the only 2 winning ticket. Well, speaking of the pandemic, before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388, we're all ready to head over the hills and through the woods, right to Grandma's house. And we're all going to take our sniffles and our snotty kids and pass it around. Share the love. Are you ready for the Christmas COVID? That is the term being used. The Christmas COVID. It's a new wave. Could be one of the nastiest since the jabs were introduced, according to the experts. A bout of the newly evolved bug is doing the rounds in the UK right now, as rapidly falling immunity levels among the population. Positive cases in England in the week ending December 9 saw an increase of 38% compared to the prior week. People suffering from the new viral infection have warned it feels as bad or worse than the bug they caught at the start of the pandemic. Scientists have warned waning immunity and the virus evolving are tipping the scales. This is despite increased herd immunity thanks to several COVID waves and the national vaccine drives. It is important to remember symptoms of the bug have always varied from person to person. Even before the jabs came out, some lucky people barely even got a sniffle or even experienced a single symptom. Sufferers have taken to social media sharing how ill the virus have left them this time around, though. The redheaded stepchild posting on X, I'm on day 7. I still don't feel back to normal yet. It's scary bad. Another said, I only had COVID once before in 2021. And this is just as bad, if not worse. Another user says, this is the 3rd time I've had COVID, and it is the worst. Elon Marshall posts, 3rd time struck down by COVID, and somehow the worst yet. Another ex-user said, shattered. It was absolutely horrendous. It's the 3rd time I thought it was supposed to get milder. From the Imperial College of London, speaking to the BBC, Peter Openshaw said, I'm also hearing of people having nasty bouts of COVID who are otherwise young and healthy, fit people. It's a surprisingly devious virus, sometimes making people quite ill, and occasionally leading to having long COVID. Just what I wanted to hear, the Christmas COVID. It is 844-844-3388. See what's Gilligan. Gilligan, what's going on this morning?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81, eating these Reese's Cups.
There you go.
Hey, and I think I ought to buy I think I ought to buy stock in the company. Or
You
something.
should.
Man, maybe I could get us some kind of a discount if I owned a percentage of the company. You think that works, Steve?
Do you buy in bulk? Do you buy them by the gross or what?
Well, I buy them in buckets. You know, it's like so many hundred in a bucket. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Yeah. Well, on a serious note, Steve, really, I have some sad news. I sent you the story. A state trooper that was shot and received 4 gunshot wounds on Sunday night has lost his leg. He's lost his left leg due to the loss of blood in that leg, and that's a crying shame. Like I said before, my daughter Bolt, she knows both of these troopers. She doesn't know them well, but she knows most of them.
Yeah.
Both of them, I mean. And spoke to them several times. Of course, being a dispatcher and working that area, of course, she's going to have a lot of interactions with them. Yeah, so I'm sure everybody appreciates the prayers for these poor men. The one seems not be in that bad a shape, but the other one really took some serious wounds. So, yeah, I've lost a leg. That's a long road to recovery. My poor father lost his leg due to diabetes about 7.5 months before he died, and I remember how it was with him.
Mm-hmm.
My father drove truck for about 25 years himself and stuff. He's old. That's the old West Virginia werewolf. He started in the 60s and got out of it in the late 80s, and he went into factory work. I often wondered which one of us had it backwards. I worked in a factory to go drive a truck, and he went and drove a truck to go work in a factory. Yeah, if he was alive today, he'd probably say I have it backwards, but oh well, that's how it is. You're talking about them taking Trump off the ballot there in Colorado.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you what, for an indictment, what happened to innocent until proven guilty? I mean, they have struck him off the ballot, and he hasn't been convicted of anything yet. And I don't see where they got evidence to even bring a conviction to indict him to begin with. He literally was up there saying, go home. You know, he's talking about peacefully marching to the Capitol.
Correct.
It's just amazing how our justice system is so screwed up that they have been out to get Donald Trump from the get-go. I mean, it's amazing how they spied on his campaign and told absolute lies about his campaign.
And in that particular case, the January 6th case, more and more legal experts are talking that particular case may ultimately not even have its day in court. It may get thrown out. It may get dismissed.
It should. I mean, there's nowhere near the evidence, but we've got these judges that don't care about the evidence. Look at what's been going on in New York with these other cases. His has a predetermined verdict on that. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's downright sickening that our justice system has slipped so far. I mean, this sounds like something you'd find in Nazi Germany or the former Soviet Union. You know, if he was going on trial in Nazi Germany, there was for standing up to the government and saying something about Hitler, that point blank, you're going to be executed. There was no questions about it. They're predetermined. Mm-hmm. You know, it was just how you was going to be executed. That was the only decision, and that's what they're trying to turn to here. To where, all right, you're a conservative, then you're automatically guilty. Look at how they've done Donald Trump with the two impeachment hearings. I mean, Adam Schiff literally sat there and told lie after lie after lie after lie with no repercussions. I don't get why people cannot see this.
Yep.
But
now he's actually,
blinders on.
After all those lies, he's actually looking to make a step up in power and authority in D.C., moving from the House. He's running for the Senate seat that's being left open by Dianne Feinstein. Imagine if he becomes a sitting senator.
Well, the sad part, Steve, in California, he'll probably win it because these people, most of the people out there, I'm not saying all the people, but the majority of the people in California are of that mindset.
Correct.
That they don't want the truth. They got the horse blinders on. You know, they just want. I want my welfare check. I want my food stamps. I want my Section 8 housing. Yeah, give me now. You know, and stand there with their hand out. The government's supposed to take care of me. I don't get that mentality. Maybe it's the way I was raised, but with me, you're supposed to get you're supposed to work what you have. You know, I mean, I understand somebody's physically, mentally disabled. Absolutely. I'm a firm believer in helping those people. I mean, I don't know anybody that isn't for helping somebody that is truly physically and mentally disabled. I know somebody right now that has given up trying to get help for his son, even though he has a mental disability. I mean, he just gave up. He kept trying to get him help, and they won't do anything. And he just said, throwed his hands in the air and says, "I am not going to go get the lawyer and all that. But that's what it's going to take." You know, if we remember back, Barack Obama made it easier for people to get on disability, made more people eligible. You know, it's people. What is that disorder? I can't think of it right off. But made that a disorder to you can get on disability. Mm-hmm. But he made it pretty much to where the only way you'll get your disability is if you get a lawyer. They will not prove a disability without a lawyer. I dated a lady about 06 to 09, and she had severe diabetes. Unfortunately, she passed away in 2013 from the complications from it. And she really struggled. And July of 09, her doctor told her, says, "Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to go on dialysis." And she did the home dialysis, and I can still see that lady struggling with that. That's a terrible thing to see. My father died of diabetes. Mm-hmm. He was on dialysis towards the end. I know it's a very hard thing to go through. And she said, her doctor said, "You are on disability, aren't you?" And she says, "No, I've filed 3 times, and they keep turning me down. I'm going to have to get a lawyer." And doctor says, "Well, you're automatically eligible now because you're on dialysis." But it took for her to go on dialysis to get her disability.
Wow.
I mean, it's just amazing. Well, let's face it, the Democrats in general have been for the lawyers all these years. I mean, why do they fight, the caps on pain and suffering? Because the lawyers profit so much from that. I mean, they fought that for years. Well, anyway, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. Thank you for taking my call. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Safe travels out there. Thank you very much. He did send the update there from West Virginia, where the state police trooper Abe Bean is his name. Indeed lost part of his left leg above the knee, I guess, according to the report, after being shot 4 times, trying to serve an arrest warrant over the weekend in Martinsburg. State Police Major Jim Mitchell confirming this past day that an amputation had indeed occurred at the Virginia hospital. He was shot in the chest, in the shoulder, 2 rounds to the leg. Just a lot of blood loss there. He remains in critical condition from those 4 gunshot wounds. The other officer, who was actually struck once, has subsequently been released from the hospital. He was hoping to be able to actually visit his fellow officer in the hospital this past day. But the sheriff, Major, says Bean's injuries were tragic and sad. In law enforcement, we know the dangers we face sometimes, but we just don't think about it. We go and do the job. We hope to be able to continue to support Trooper Bean throughout his recovery and in the future. Bean's father, actually a retired state trooper, posting on Facebook that he said his son's first surgery lasted for 8 hours from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday, and the amputation came after that. Dozens of West Virginia troopers and state police from Virginia have been at the hospital to show their support. Mitchell said State Police Superintendent Colonel Jack Chambers visited Bean on Monday. There was also a prayer service led by State Police current and former chaplains. Our prayers have gone out for Trooper Bean and their families, not just by law enforcement, but members of the communities in West Virginia and surrounding states. It's very, very much appreciated. We believe in the power of prayer, and we're just thankful for the people who care enough about us to actually do that. There you go. So, yes, prayers for those family members. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. I know Wheelchair Dave likes updates on wreaths across America, as last Saturday, the 16th, was technically Wreaths Across America Day all over the country. Some 4,000 locations participated in Wreaths Across America Day. More often than not, the stories that we share and come across predominantly focus on Arlington National Cemetery, where this all began many years ago. At one point early on, with a goal of maybe one day being able to place a wreath on every headstone at Arlington, which they have successfully been able to do for a number of years now, but it has grown so much to where, yes, literally 4,000 locations around the country. I've got a story where Boy Scouts, volunteers, veteran groups, and employees of Green Lawn Memory Gardens fanned out this past Saturday morning, where they placed more than 1,000 wreaths on veteran graves. This is just one of many stories. More on that coming up following our news break.
USA News Update. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
For the second time in U.S. history, an Air Force general is set to undergo a court-martial. Philip Stewart, who previously headed pilot training at Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, faces accusations of sexually assaulting a female officer at a base in Oklahoma. According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in the coming year. Scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Feel free to do that. Dial us up. Plenty of room for you here. As we make our way into midweek Wednesday. I don't know, are things getting busier on the roads yet? I know they said Thursday and Friday is supposed to be two of the biggest travel days. A lot of folks headed to the airports. I think Friday, Saturday, two big air travel days. But back to wreaths across America, where literally thousands of volunteers participate, and the numbers continue to grow year after year. Taking you to a smaller location in Missouri this past Saturday. This ceremony, part of Wreaths Across America, that took place more than 4,000 locations across all 50 states. It was Boy Scout Troop 11 from Kingsville Township helping place wreaths under the leadership of Scout leader John Rapaski. His son helping to work on the project with fellow Scouts. The assistant patrol leader who enjoyed participating in the event says, I think it's very peaceful, very respectful, and I'm glad I had a chance to participate today. Now, he's only 14 years old. After the wreaths were placed, a ceremony took place at the packed Green Lawn Memory Gardens Mausoleum. The local coordinator of the event was the Master of Ceremonies, introduced the many participants in the services, Reverend Jerry Fritz of the First Congregational Church in Andover, praying for all those veterans, gave thanks for the men and women who had served the United States in the military. Kathy Wright played several selections on the bagpipes, and a color guard from the Northeastern Ohio chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution presented the colors. 8 different representatives of the armed forces placing wreaths at the front of the mausoleum in honor of each branch of the military, prisoners of war, and those missing in action. Ashtabula County Commissioner presented a proclamation from the commissioners, to which he said, "It's always a highlight of my year to be a part of this ceremony." He also told the audience that one resident was able to truck wreaths from northern New England to St. Louis for the ceremony in Missouri. He earlier said he was honored to transport the wreaths in honor of his son, Army Sergeant Mike Metcalf, who had died serving his country in April of 2012. William Runyon, Air Force Staff Sergeant, represented the Gold Star mothers during the ceremony. He said his family had generations of military members return from their assignments, but his nephew, Michael Runyon, passed away in Iraq in 2010. Runyon said he never really understood why his own father gave him a hug, a bear hug, when he returned from the U.S. Air Force. He didn't shake my hand. He reached out and hugged me. Now, that was the first time I could remember him actually hugging me, he said. The deeper understanding of that hug came later when Michael did not return from Iraq. That's what makes our family a Gold Star family. When we got that call, I understood then my father's hug. Just one of many, many stories that could be shared from all over the country during last Saturday's Wreaths Across America event. Thanks to all the participants, the volunteers, and the many, many truck drivers that volunteered their time to move wreaths all over the country. Well, 5-7, how we been?
Pretty good. Had the crud. Whole family got it real bad. My wife got it. Ended up in the hospital, along with the asthma. I still got it, but it hasn't got me down. I've been able to work. I'm functional, so we're getting by. Gilligan covered most of what I wanted to say, but what we need to do is start talking to our elected officials. They need to be held to the same standard they hold us. On the news, I'm listening to the news. They said Colorado is, keeping Trump off the ballot for his insurrection. And in the news, the news guy says a violent insurrection. I'm not stupid. And I've been sitting in this truck in the house, and I listened to exactly what Donald Trump said. Go peacefully protest, which is an absolute right of an American to do. Okay, now, I don't know what happened, but one of the three-letter news media actually left that out and made it look like go, to the Capitol, I actually took out go peacefully protest. So obviously it wasn't a violent insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection at all. If you remember, it was supposedly they had weapons, but then they found out nobody had weapons. In fact, Adam Schiff, he gets on there and he's actually in the Congress lying. Period. To me, it seems like we need to be able to go back and start suing and holding these people accountable. All right, Colorado, what proof do you have that it was an insurrection? There's nobody. They basically dropped that. They got some obscure charge that they've been charging people with, and it's not even, but they're putting people away for 20 years. I guess that's in the Supreme Court right now, I guess they're going to look at it, but I just have a hard time believing they'd let that go through. Plus, it's a conservative court. But and that might get a lot of people let go out of jail because they're being charged with this unconstitutional whatever they come up with. By the way, they never do against Democrats that go protest. You know, Chuck Schumer standing on the Supreme Court, verbally threatening the justices. I'm talking. You know, this needs to get cleaned up because I think the good thing about Adam Schiff doing what he did is showing us that if you go lie to the Congress, you're going to lose your freedom. But the Congress can sit there and lie to us, and it just needs to be justice in the country, meaning it goes both ways. And we had the opportunity. Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to push that issue, but plenty of swamp things in the Republicans, rhinos, didn't want to hold him accountable. So, because I guess they know they're going to be lying to, or they have been lying to their own people. But yeah, I'm get a little bit fed up with them lying about Donald Trump. Maybe it's time the Trump organization starts getting these people for slander, and to leave it at that. Other than that, enjoy. I don't get to call in later because I know I'm hard to listen to with this stuff. So you have a great Christmas, brother.
Hey, all right. Hope you feel better soon. That ain't no fun having the crud at Christmas, right? That's 17 before the hour. What do we got? All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388. So here's what, who was it that posted there? Whoever. I had not heard about that. Somebody's had to crunch some numbers by this point in time, but I think it was USA Today said the odds have to be astronomical. 2 tickets that matched all 6 numbers in Friday's Mega Millions jackpot drawing were bought at the same gas station in Southern California. According to the news release from the Mega Millions website, the tickets were sold at a Chevron station on Ventura Boulevard in Encino. Winning numbers for Friday's estimated $394 million jackpot were 21, 26, 53, 56, and 70, along with the gold mega ball, which was 13. The Megaplier was 3 times. Now, winners can choose to take the amount in the annuity paid over 30 years or opt for that lump sum of approximately $189 million before taxes. Now, in either scenario, or if one winner takes the annuity and the other goes for the lump sum auction, the winners will split the prize. But the odds of winning the Mega Millions, the odds of buying one ticket, 1 in 302,575,000 and some change. Now, that's one ticket to be sold. One can only imagine what the odds are for 2 winning tickets to be purchased at the same location, and those were the only winning tickets for the big prize. Mega Millions had been rolling over since October the 6th, when it was won in Texas by a South Dakota-based trust, according to lottery officials. Now, across all the prize tiers, lottery officials said there were 715,000 and some odd winning tickets, none of which matched 5 white balls in the second tier, which was worth $1 million. 12 tickets did match the third tier, 4 white balls plus the mega ball. 2 were worth $30,000 because of the 3 times Megaplier. The other 10 were worth $10,000. But yeah, that really kind of raises a red flag in my mind. Something just ain't jiving there. 2 of the big jackpot winning tickets. And don't forget the location that sells a winning ticket. I think when you get these big Mega Millions and Powerball drawings, doesn't the retailer get something like $1 million? And to sell too? How do you investigate that? Yeah, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, trying to move ocean freight. First of all, you've got the issues at the Panama Canal with the drought conditions, which are causing many of the shipping companies to take the longer route to go around. Then you've got the Red Sea, where the number of shipping companies refusing to take that risk of Red Sea transits is growing with each passing day. The waters off the Cape of Good Hope are about to get much busier as more and more ships circumvent Africa on a detour around the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. As of early yesterday, companies confirming or reporting to be pausing their Red Sea transits, or those that are rerouting around the Cape of Good Hope, include the container lines, Maersk, which I believe that's the world's largest. You've got Maersk's, the other container line, MSC, Hapag-Lloyd. Then you've got CMA, CGM, another container line, Zim, Evergreen, Yangming, Costco, OLCL, HMM, and One. Those are all container lines. The tanker owners, Frontline, and Uranov. Car carrier, the owner, Wilnies Williamson. The oil and gas company, British Petroleum, and Equinor. All these on the list. Now, this doesn't capture the full effect as ships controlled by other operators are also detouring. Argus reported that 3 liquefied natural gas carriers and 3 very large gas carriers diverted from their Red Sea route on Monday. All this being driven by the ongoing attacks on commercial shipping by the Houthi rebels in Yemen, right there near that 20-mile-wide Bab al-Mandeb Strait. The attacks continue, according to U.S. Central Command. There are 2 more confirmed attacks that occurred on Monday. One was on the product tanker Swan Atlantic and one on the bulk carrier known as Clara, ship diversions around the Cape significantly extend the distance of the voyage, which obviously means costs are up, increasing the shipping demand measured in ton miles, constraining transport capacity, which is a positive for the rates. Longer voyages are effectively a synthetic reduction in capacity because you've got fewer asset turns, which drives up the prices. The dangerous dynamics, though, in the Red Sea highlight how delicate global supply chains are and how prone to disruptions they remain. Now, how long is this going to go on? The longer the period in which ships divert around the Cape, the greater the upside as far as freight rates and shipping stocks. Thus, the focus of the rate and the equity database is on whether this is going to be a brief event, a la the Ever Given grounding in the Suez Canal in March of 21, or will this be a more sustained trend, like what's going on with the Panama Canal diversion, the low water levels there across the second half of this year? Now, it was announced on Monday a new U.S.-led multinational military effort to protect commercial shipping from the Houthi attacks. It's being they've dubbed this Operation Prosperity Guardian. Was announced by the Defense Secretary, with a number of countries participating in that. The question on Operation Prosperity Guardian from a freight rate and shipping stock perspective, will those ship operators feel comfortable enough to resume passages through that strait as part of the military? They're going to form convoys with the ships and obviously the likes of destroyers and multinational naval vessels escorting these commercial vessels. Or will this new initiative lead to coalition strikes in Yemen that may further escalate hostilities, which would actually make the ship operators less likely to take a route through what would be essentially a war zone? And if military action does escalate, how long would it take for the Houthis' attack capabilities to be destroyed? One big question is, with all these attacks that have occurred thus far, why has the United States not returned, met these attacks with direct strikes on the likes of these Houthi rebel bases? Little more on this international challenge that was announced on Monday, Operation Prosperity Guardian. As so many major shipping companies have suspended operations through that strait, Austin said that the international mission will include the United Kingdom, Bahrain, Canada, France, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Seychelles, and Spain. Notably, Bahrain is the only Arab country to publicly sign on to the initiative, although U.S. defense officials told the Associated Press that several other countries have joined the effort, but want to remain anonymous. Anthony Blinken held a call with Saudi Arabia's foreign minister in which he condemned the Houthi attacks. The secretary also condemned continued attacks by the Houthis on commercial vessels operating in international waters in the southern Red Sea, urging cooperation among all partners to uphold maritime security. So what's this going to mean? Several countries will be conducting joint patrols, while others will provide intelligence support in the southern Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. At the same time, the United States is calling on the United Nations Security Council to take action against the Houthi attacks. The Houthis continue to threaten the navigational rights and freedoms of international maritime security. Now, that 15-member body apparently met in a closed-door session on Monday to discuss the issue, but no action to date has been taken. As we know, the USS Carney and the USS Mason have been deployed to that strait as a deterrence to respond to attacks. But the United States has not directly attacked the Houthis in Yemen or struck any of their military infrastructure. Austin was asked that question, which he did not answer on Monday. Why has the United States, why have we not conducted any counterstrikes? Now, I can pretty much damn guarantee if Donald Trump were currently president and we had as many direct attempted strikes on our U.S. military destroyers, how many drones, kamikaze attack drones have we shot down to date that had been launched by those Houthis in Yemen? We've got intelligence that can track where they're being launched from. Donald Trump by now would have most likely emptied out, as he did once before, one or two destroyers of their Tomahawk payload and decimated locations where these Houthis have been launching these attacks. I don't know what our intelligence community is thinking. We are showing weakness. Is there concern if we do strike the Houthis that Iran will then maybe get directly involved? We're trying to avoid escalating this into a regional conflict. But boy, oh boy. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hey, great to have you with us. Back to the calls just ahead. Rolling into a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Former President Trump is being barred from appearing on Colorado's presidential ballot next year. The Colorado Supreme Court said on Tuesday he violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban on January 6, 2021, when he encouraged the violent demonstrations at the U.S. Capitol. Trump had earlier won similar cases in Michigan and Minnesota, and he will be on the ballot in those states. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
California was among all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the Virginia Islands that joined the settlement as well. There's going to be another hearing whether U.S. Army officials should be allowed to tear down a Confederate memorial statue at Arlington National Cemetery.
On Monday, U.S. District Judge Rossi Alston ruled on a restraining order to block the CSA memorial's removal. A group called Defend Arlington filed a federal lawsuit Sunday seeking the restraining order. Last year, an independent commission recommended to Congress that the memorial be taken down as part of the wider effort to rename military bases and assets that commemorate America's historic Southern Confederacy. I'm Ryan Daniels.
According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in 2024. The billionaire and former CEO of Microsoft said this year marked the first time he utilized artificial intelligence for work and serious reasons. Gates expressed that in the coming year, scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to OmahaSteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to OmahaSteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As the Israel-Hamas conflict persists, the United Nations Security Council will meet to deliberate on a potential vote regarding a ceasefire. It is noteworthy that the U.S. vetoed a similar resolution earlier this month. Human rights advocates and aid groups report that a significant portion of Gaza's population has been displaced since the commencement of hostilities, with approximately half of them facing the threat of starvation. Mother Nature made a mess of New England yesterday with rain and strong winds knocking down trees and power lines. Crews are still at work to restore power and clean up downed trees and wires. The region was battered with high winds and a deluge of rain Monday night, knocking down trees and power lines and killing at least 4 people. 2 people were killed by falling trees in Massachusetts and Maine. Flooding is a major concern, with schools and transit systems delaying. It's not looking good for the sitting president, according to the latest poll.
President Biden's approval rating is reaching an historic low, as indicated by a recent Monmouth University poll. Only 34% of Americans approve of his performance in the White House, while 61% disapprove. Particularly, the president received unfavorable ratings for his management of immigration and inflation. This poll emerges with the 2024 election less than 11 months away.
That's John Schaefer. The Powerball jackpot now at $572 million ahead of tomorrow's drawing. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page, right? 20th day of December. Hump Day! More from the political arena. Ohio Republican Jim Jordan, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, is escalating his fight with Attorney General Merrick Garland over alleged attempts to spy on congressional staffers. Jordan actually subpoenaed Garland late last week for documents and information about the Department of Justice's alleged surveillance of congressional staffers by obtaining communications from Google. If the department's representation is accurate, it indicates that the executive branch used its immense law enforcement authority to gather and search the private communications of multiple legislative branch employees who were conducting constitutional oversight of the department's investigative actions that were later found to be unlawful. That was the statement Jordan wrote in a letter to Garland informing him of the subpoena. Now, this is going back a ways in time. In 2017, the Department of Justice subpoenaed Google to obtain communications from Republican Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley's chief investigative counsel, Jason Foster. The Department of Justice obtained court orders from 2019 to 21 to prevent the release of the 2017 subpoena for Foster's private communication. According to Foster's legal group, Foster worked for Senator Grassley when he chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee. Both Republican and Democrat staffers were targeted by the DOJ's subpoena. According to the Freedom of Information Act request, on October 19 of this year, Google notified Foster of the subpoena for his records, and Jordan proceeded to write Garland a letter demanding more information. But now he's having to resort to a subpoena because Garland continues to not comply with his request. Garland has until January 19 now to comply with Jordan's subpoena. A letter went on to say, because the department has not complied in full with our request, we cannot independently determine whether the department sought to alleviate the heightened separation of powers sensitivities involved, or whether the department first sought the information through other means before resorting to legal process. The Department of Justice sought the private communications as part of an investigation into disclosures related to the FISA warrants, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, on former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. Now, a report by the Department of Justice Inspector General released in 2019 described what he called significant inaccuracies used by the FBI in their applications for FISA warrants against Page. The FBI actually relied on the debunked Steele dossier to obtain the FISA warrants as part of their Crossfire Hurricane investigation of suspected connections between then-President Trump's campaign and Russia. That was from the IG report. Afterwards, the Department of Justice Inspector General found additional errors made by the FBI in other applications for FISA warrants. Foster was just one of the congressional staffers investigating the Department of Justice's handling of the Crossfire Hurricane inquiry. It's just more and more how this administration's DOJ had been and apparently continues to be weaponized. And that whole FISA warrant, the fact that they were extensively abusing the powers of that is why that there were even Republican and Democrats alike who were trying to not allow that to be renewed. It was slated to expire at the end of the year. Ultimately, that authority has been granted once again to the Department of Justice. The extra powers of the FISA warrants, that was in the must-pass bill that was signed here, I believe, and so that gives them power for another full year to continue with their shenanigans. And, there were especially some Republicans upset by the fact that they cannot do anything congressionally to change that until the end of the next fiscal year, another full year. Morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's happening, Steve? I know what's happening in here. I don't know what's happening out there. I'll tell you tomorrow night, maybe.
Yeah?
I get back to work.
Okay. Final night off. All right.
Hey. Yeah, sir. Yeah, Steve, I wonder why we keep taking punches over there and not retaliating in any way. Steve, I just wonder. Let me try to lay it out like this. As law enforcement, say, unfortunately, I find myself in a active shooter situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that moment of truth comes, and it's time to go to work, and you find yourself in a gunfight, and you end up running dry, running empty. You go to do a mag change, Steve, and there's no mag in that pouch. Have we depleted our arsenal of weapons to the point that we're in trouble? I mean, we've talked about it in the past. Did all our stuff go to Ukraine? 20 years of Afghanistan. Then we pull out and leave all that stuff behind, including that air base, which would assist us tremendously in running some air operations over there. So I don't know if they're worried if things escalate.
So just you're questioning. I mean, so if you know you've only got one mag left and you got 10, 10, 12, whatever it is, rounds, and if you use them, you ain't got nothing left. So you're hesitant to pull the trigger.
Yes, if things escalate over there, right? Have we lost our firepower, man? We just don't have the ammo. I don't know. Hey, let's talk about January 6th here, Steve. I can't hold this in no longer after what happened in Colorado. Listen, Steve, I'm gonna tell you, this January 6th was a planned event by radicals inside our government. They knew this was going down. It's a proven fact that they infiltrated the crowd. You know who I'm talking about, the FBI, CIA, whoever. It's a proven fact. They poked the bear because they wanted violence to go down, so they could use that word, insurrection. These people aren't stupid, man. They are planning and have planned and planned. These leftists, man, I'm telling you, are devious people. Did they plan it so far out in advance, using that word, that they thought maybe, if things don't maybe go as planned, worst case scenario, down the road, if we can't get Trump out, we'll go back to this Civil War deal, saying if you've been involved in an insurrection or that you can't run for office?
Mm-hmm.
See, that whole deal there was meant for the Civil War. You know, when you had the South refusing to pledge their allegiance, right, to America now. And what's funny is they were talking about this on Fox, they listed several offices, right, that you can't hold, but they left the presidency out. There's so many things wrong with this, Steve, and obviously I think the Supreme Court would shut this down, but they're in a time frame here, Steve. I think they got till January the 4th that his name has to be either on that ballot in Colorado by January the 4th, if I heard right. If his name is not on the ballot within that time frame, it's too late to put your name on that ballot. I don't know if I heard that right or not, but they might be pushing a time frame here too. So I don't know, man.
Well, it's December 20th. How quickly can the Supreme Court take up the case, I guess?
Yeah. Now, we're only talking a few weeks away, man. The court systems don't run that quick, man. I don't know. We're going to see what happens.
Well, it's the holidays, too. Christmas and New Year, ain't nothing going to get much done between now and then.
What happens if it does not go through and there's not a judgment rendered down from the Supreme Court until after the deadline in Colorado? I don't know, man. Hey, listen. Man, we got to know who the enemy is here, Steve. It's not just your whacked out liberals here. They're just useful idiots. This global governance thing, man, I'm telling you, it's the greatest concern facing Americans nowadays. You remove the idea of God, individual liberties in America, which is being done.
Mm-hmm.
That opens the door for government to come in and play God. And that's some of the things that Tucker was talking about, Steve. Bongino did an interview with Tucker. Almost a 2-hour interview. We split it up. I haven't watched the second one yet. But we have a big global government with their eyes on America and designed to crumble the United States Constitution and steal our sovereignty. Talked about this in the past. You know, and Biden's a useful idiot. He's doing all these disguising things as national security, these emergency health orders, all for the common good.
Mm-hmm.
We got to protect the environment. You know, the left love the idea of this useful idiot. Universal basic income given to you by the government. Another who was at 5-7 was talking about. You know, these younger generations, Steve, they don't care. They've been brainwashed. Just give me my apartment. Give me enough money to eat. Let me play my little video games, and I'm happy. Scary, scary stuff. Steve, in order to have a one world government, you can't have any countries, right?
Right.
So, what's one way to accomplish that, Steve? No borders, right? That's why this border's open, Steve. I mean, there's a lot to it. There's more to it than just this. But listen to me, man. this border is open for many reasons, and one of them is they have to steal the American ideology, the fact that we're a free people. They need to take the power away from we the people. They can't have that. They can't have the deplorables with the power. Am I making sense here? We've talked about this before, Steve, where you cause a crisis, create fear, and then have the government come in to save the day.
Right, riding in on the white horse, rescue, save the day.
Yes, sir. And we are seeing the chaos break out everywhere, worldwide. These demonstrations you see going on in New York and all over, really, these Hamas supporters. Steve, this is the same antics that Antifa, right? We've seen this before in the form of Antifa. They're one and the same. They are being supported by the people wanting to cause damage to this country. I don't know if you've seen that little interaction between Alec Baldwin. Fox News had it on. I don't know why in the heck he's walking down New York, the streets of New York in the middle of this Hamas demonstration. I kind of thought he was going to be there in support of Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to get him to denounce Israel, and he wouldn't do it. Kind of got in a little shouting match with one of the protesters.
Right.
Which is surprising, to be honest about it. See, when you got people with no morals, no conscience, what Tucker was talking about, they're wanting to play God. They want control over your life. They want control over death. Why they feel powerful. These whacked out, crazy abortion people. I'm not talking about your average citizen that goes out and has an abortion for one reason or another. But the people that are out in front of the Supreme Court Justice's house protesting, these whacked out people, they're trying to play God. We want to control death, and we want to control your life. That's kind of what I was saying about the other night, where Tucker was like, religion has been a basic thing in humanity since humans walked the earth. And we have a belief that when you cross them pearly gates, that hopefully you'll have everlasting life.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have an emergency brake. Like I said, Steve, several months ago, you don't need a law sometimes to tell people what's right and wrong. You got it in your gut. When you do something wrong with somebody and you feel bad about it, right? Well, these people don't feel bad about it. They have no conscience. They have no morals. They don't believe in God. They're atheists. So they don't care. They don't believe in everlasting life. So if they go out and murder billions of people, they don't care. And probably because we talked about evil. If you're a Christian and you believe in God, you got to believe in the devil. Evil exists, my man. We see it every day.
Yep.
We seen it on October 7th.
Yeah, it's the fear of reprisal. Why as a young boy or girl, if you get punished by mom and dad or grandma, whoever it is, grandma, grandpa, you get a fear of reprisal. You don't want to do that again. And it's, as a Christian, believing in heaven, or as Rambler calls it, a devil's red hell. You have a fear of you don't want to spend that eternity in a devil's red hell.
Correct. But then again, Steve, I go back to we've all done it. We've all lived our lives where you have done something at some point in your life, and after you have done that,
sure,
you felt bad. Steve, I remember I was a kid, man. I don't know, 12 years old. My cousin over at his house got a BB gun. We're out there shooting a BB gun. And we shot this daggone robin and killed it.
Mm-hmm.
For no reason. No reason. Just to see if we could hit it. And I'm telling you, Steve, I felt bad. After we did that, what the hell did we just do?
Yeah.
And to think that you could do that to another human being,
right, to be to the point where you can take another
and not
life
feel nothing,
and not bat an eye.
I'm not talking about justified homicide. There is such a thing. Somebody causing harm or trying to kill you or your family members, that changes things, right?
Right.
I'm just talking about for no particular reason, other than that you don't believe in their religion.
And then to be able to lay
Nothing
your
like
head
founding fathers.
To lay your head on the pillow and easily fall asleep. Pappy, that's a point to ponder, and we'll leave it there because we got to get our news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
For the second time in U.S. history, an Air Force general is set to undergo a court-martial. Philip Stewart, who previously headed pilot training at Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, faces accusations of sexually assaulting a female officer at a base in Oklahoma. According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in the coming year. Scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. HotShotSecret.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, of course, as we're into midweek here, we're looking forward to some big travel days. According to AAA, some of the busiest on the roads Thursday, Friday. What kind of traveler's weather might Mother Nature be throwing our way as we head toward the Christmas weekend here? For those who are going to be taking to the roads or the skies Saturday, across parts of the interior west from eastern Washington all the way down to the Four Corners, may not be dealing with the best weather, not less than favorable, we'll say. A couple of separate storms move into the northwest and the southwest coasts that may actually join up to bring mountain snow and rain showers across a pretty widespread area. Poor travel conditions, parts of Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, even down into Arizona. Snow will persist over the Intermountain West as a storm pushes slowly eastward. Worst conditions for Sunday travel. Christmas Eve will stretch from Wyoming to Utah and Colorado, as well as parts of New Mexico and Arizona. That snow should diminish in those areas on Christmas Day. Now, locations directly along the west coast should be drying out by Saturday. Aside from maybe a few lingering snow showers in the Cascades, it should also be dry for Sunday and even into Christmas Day. Meanwhile, locations across the northern plains are forecast to have mainly dry weather conditions to start the weekend. But by Sunday, those rain and showers develop across the center of the country as that storm takes shape as it exits the Front Range. They caution this potential storm may become a far-reaching system by Christmas Eve, with areas of rain and a chance of a wintry mix or even snow on the rear flank of the storm. Yeah, chances increase as this thing moves eastward, becomes more organized for a swath of rain over portions of the lower Great Lakes, the Mississippi Valley, parts of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, as the colder air across the upper Midwest could allow for a mixture of rain and some snow for some locations there on Christmas Day. I don't know if you're dreaming of the white Christmas. You might want to open the shutters and the blinds and look at the beautiful falling snow there on Christmas morning. There's probably going to be a few that do just that. Meanwhile, Vic checks in. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Steve. Yeah, I really wasn't planning to call back in, but I didn't think things would happen that happened today. First off, with this deal out in Colorado, the first thing that came through my mind was, trying to keep Trump off the ballot, and I was, I guess, trying to get Biden back in there. And, the Air Force Academy is there at Colorado Springs, but something that a lot of people aren't aware of, NORAD is in the Rocky Mountains there in Colorado. And I mean, you're talking about super, super high classified people. And that probably there, and we also have foreign entities in there with them that basically goes all around the world with other allies, I should have said. So I don't know how Colorado got that liberal, but I guess maybe they did. But that judge, I guess basically what would happen is, that if Trump was kept off the ballot, I believe that would give him a legitimate reason to challenge the election again. And hopefully this time, even after the Democrats have modified the Electoral Count Act of 1887, they would have to go back and reconsider what would have happened if Colorado would have been available to Trump. So I don't know exactly, how they'll work that out. But the big thing was the 2020 election and all these lawsuits going on. They keep forgetting that a lot of states changed their election laws in 2020. And one of the reasons Trump got in trouble in Georgia was that the woman that got Stacey Abrams that got defeated for governor and would admit to it.
Yep.
They got the election laws changed in Georgia, and I don't know exactly, what they are or anything of that nature, but Trump's lawyers made a mistake and didn't pay the filing fees and didn't file on time. Just little technicalities or niceties or whatever you wanted to say. And I don't, like I said, that in some states, if you dispute an election, because the state has to decide on the electors, actually the governor can make a decision, and the legislature can also make a decision. And I don't know, have you heard of this electoral process called ERIC? It's electronic something or another. Anyway, what it is, it's a multi-state system that they signed on to, and all these different states they're supposed to clean up the voter rolls. It's a third-party system, and they know who's moved in what state or supposedly, and who should be struck off the ballot and everything else. And Georgia is still using that system, so there is so much legal work to go on here. It's absolutely unbelievable, and I don't know why they're going back to this old Civil War thing, which that was designed to basically keep any of the Confederate officers and everything else from running for election, because what happened was in the election of, it would have been, I guess, the 1864 election, and then, of course, the Civil War ended in 65, and there were so many of these Confederate officers being reelected in all these different states. So then that's when they passed that to make sure that the Confederate officers couldn't go back into office. And that's the other thing I was going to call about this deal with Arlington and the Confederate Memorial. There are Confederate memorials all over this country, in different states. And the point of it was that some of these people, basically, they fought in a war and they didn't have much choice. If you were in the South, there were even northern people that got trapped in the South, and they were basically drafted into the Confederate Army and had to fight. So the whole thing was that some people believed it, and I really don't know why they're making such a big fuss out of that, because a lot of the Confederate officers had actually graduated from the various military academies at the time, West Point, Annapolis, the state academies. So before they had been Confederate military people, they had been, they had fought for the United States, and a lot of them had done a very good job of it. But, they at least had enough character to say, I don't want to fight against my state. And at the time, I can't tell you that, I was like 1825, 1830 or somewhere in through there. That was the class that they said the stars fell on. And when they went to West Point at the time, they were taught that in the U.S. government, there was a procedure to leave the military. For the state to leave the federal government. And then when Lincoln came along, he basically, slavery was the issue, but he didn't want the United States to become balkanized. And the way he sold the war was that he wanted to keep the states together. So when I list all this stuff and everything, and not that I'm a great historian or anything of that nature, but I don't know where some of our civil leaders and military leaders are coming from, because I'm sure they've been taught all this stuff at some point. And certainly somebody going on the federal bench should know everything that they should know about our laws and how they came about and everything else. And because somebody doesn't like a memorial because of this or that or whatever, I just don't really understand why they're so upset and spending that much money, because Robert E. Lee, Arlington at one time was his plantation, and they just basically took that and made a funeral of it. So when you go to Arlington, you're on what was once Robert E. Lee's property. So if that Confederate memorial is there and all the other graves are there, what are they going to do about, you can't dispute the fact that was at one time Robert E. Lee's property. So what are they going to do about that? And I guess I'll just kind of quit around. Oh, there is one good thing I was going to say. My grandson was over today. He's supposed to be in reserves, but he's going to spend about half of next year, I guess, apparently, bringing people up to speed and repairing a lot of Navy gunnery. So I don't know what that's all about. I really didn't ask, but I just thought to myself it was kind of odd. And some of the equipment that they had there was obsolete. So I don't know if they just gave that to other countries, which we have a tendency to do, to foreign aid. And somebody was fussing about wanting the F-16s, and they were going to join NATO, and all this that's going on with our immigrants. And one last thing we'll add, I just have to think of, Pappy was talking about the Christian beliefs. We're getting a lot of people from other countries that believe in voodoo and Santeria, and so we're not getting Christians all coming into this country. So I'll just kind of let you go on that, Steve.
All right, Vic, thank you for chiming in. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. He's in the state of Indiana, which I did have a story that hundreds of thousands of Indiana gun buyers, private information, including gun purchase records, is at risk of being disclosed, apparently. The National Shooting Sports Foundation General Counsel and Senior Vice President used a December 16th post to sound the alarm on the risk of public disclosure. Gun Owners of America, Aiden Johnson, also addressed the issue, noting that a lawsuit resulted in acquisition and distribution books from an Indiana Cabela's being turned over to the government. He pointed out that A&D books from an Indiana Bass Pro Shop could soon be turned over as well. Writing in Ammo Land, Lee Williams pointed out that the potential publication of personal information of hundreds of thousands of law-abiding gun owners is this is eerily similar to an interactive map of pistol permit holders that Gannett's News Journal of Westchester County, New York, published back in 2012. He observed the response to the Journal News map at the time was vicious and loud. Outraged gun owners pushed for the publication of the addresses of the journalists who were responsible for that travesty. The danger, many claimed, was that the newspaper created a handy tool for burglars seeking to break into homes and steal their firearms. Those same concerns apply to Indiana's gun owners. Now, this past day, December 18, KSFF's Keene indicated that they're working to get legislation in the state to stop this A&D book acquisitions. Okay. That's the National Sports Shooting Foundation is working to get that legislation together. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, where we leave off there? I guess Scarecrow is where we left off. Morning, Scarecrow! Happy Hump Day!
Well, we're going to try to make it happen here, Steve. I'm a couple minutes away from the zone where I lost you last night. So if you think I rudely dropped you, no.
Okay.
We'll go away, but we look like we got plenty of program left. Come in later if need be. Well, first of all, I feel like I actually beat the odds here this morning, Steve. In my world of living the Murphy Law, normally I'd have been out of earshot range, listening range from when you played the rest of the story there. And but I happened to be in the truck at the time, and I'm really glad that you did rerun that interview, Steve, and certainly we hope that he's a man of his words and doesn't want to change a success story. the LSI being what it is, like, so many times when there's a takeover or buyout or such, somebody seems to think they can do it better than whoever had already, created a success story. So, but yeah, it sounds promising, and all sounds well there.
Very good.
Now, dwelling on that very first call of the night, Steve, you reflect back on the old MASH series now, and you remember how Klinger, he was always trying to get out. He was always looking for an excuse to get shipped home and such. And there was one episode where he's in the colonel's office, and the colonel reads the most recent letter that Klinger has sent to him. Now, then this one, somebody was pregnant anyway. And Klinger felt he had to go home to be there. Well, the colonel opens a drawer and takes out a fistful of letters that Klinger had previously sent. And well, one letter, his mother was pregnant. Then another letter, his sister's pregnant. Then another letter, his mother and his sister are pregnant. Yeah. And on and on. Well, Steve, we've got that monkey gouger trying to, darndest, to get home. He's talking about, he's going to have to lean on that shipper there a little bit. Well, Monkey Gouger, if you're still with us there, you take and tell that crew that, everyone at the Maria del Rey is pregnant. In fact, everybody in that county you live within is pregnant. And they're all overdue, and you are expected to be there to swat them newborns on the butt. So, see what kind of mileage you get out of that. Just trying to help, man.
Well, did it ever work for Klinger? Was he ever successful in actually getting an opportunity to return?
No, not that I'm aware of.
That's what I thought.
Section 8, I think that's what it was called. But no, he tried and tried and tried. Talking about the lottery there. And then it just, at the top of the last hour there, I don't pay attention to where the pot is ever at, Steve, unless when it's getting up to hundreds of millions, then it kind of tweaks my ears. But no, I had no idea where 500 or whatever it was. Now, just coincidentally, it was yesterday afternoon. I seldom even look at my lottery slips. Even those $1 billion pots that we've played on, I've had them piling up on the dresser since July, Steve, and thought, well, I better check them before I reach that 6 month of expiration date. And so I went through the masses there, and there's probably $250 to $300 worth of investment there. Now, Steve, when I take those in to cash the winners in here, if I do it tomorrow or whenever, provided I don't spend any money in that convenience store, Steve, I'm going to come out $12 to the better.
Whoa!
Yes, sirree. I had two $4 ones and two $2 winners out of that investment, and in my world, that was I did beat the odds there too. So, but now that we have this $500 million pot, that might change my strategy there a little bit, and I may come out empty-handed anyway. So either way, there's that. Now, there is a serious side to this call, and maybe you've touched on it, maybe you're going to touch on it, but last night we talked a little bit about, that Epstein, journal or ledger, whatever we want to call it there. Now, I read the story yesterday afternoon that a judge has ordered the release of the contents of that journal or ledger. I think January 1st, I believe, it's to be opened up, and any name in there is supposed to be made public. Now, it did state that there's several names, could have been just, legit business, dealings and such, but yeah, so we'll see how far this goes. The same piece did mention about that Prince Andrew and that young lady that I think she had filed suit against him. She was a minor at the time, and she accused him of being his little sex doll or such. And well, that came to pass too, although it said there was a financial settlement that they did not disclose what that amount was, and the prince did not claim any guilt or such there either. But so yes, unless you have brought that up, there's certainly the rest of the story to come out of this one. And then other than that, Steve, I see it's break time anyway. Even though I'm going to be with you right through the end of the work week here, Steve, if there's any others out there listening right now that are not going to be with us, I'm going to wish you Christmas blessings on you right on through the season, through the holiday, and wish the best to everyone out there. So we'll leave it alone there, Steve, and pick it up again later on.
All right, very good. Thank you for checking in, which means, yes, we do have a final hour yet to come your way. And he's correct. A U.S. federal judge ruling that the list of Epstein's alleged victims and associates must be made public. Yeah, we'll give you the rest of the story. That and a lot more to come just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Former President Trump is being barred from appearing on Colorado's presidential ballot next year. The Colorado Supreme Court said on Tuesday he violated the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban on January 6, 2021, when he encouraged the violent demonstrations at the U.S. Capitol. Trump had earlier won similar cases in Michigan and Minnesota, and he will be on the ballot in those states. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
California was among all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the Virginia Islands that joined the settlement as well. There's going to be another hearing whether U.S. Army officials should be allowed to tear down a Confederate memorial statue at Arlington National Cemetery.
On Monday, U.S. District Judge Rossi Alston ruled on a restraining order to block the CSA memorial's removal. A group called Defend Arlington filed a federal lawsuit Sunday seeking the restraining order. Last year, an independent commission recommended to Congress that the memorial be taken down as part of the wider effort to rename military bases and assets that commemorate America's historic Southern Confederacy. I'm Ryan Daniels.
According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in 2024. The billionaire and former CEO of Microsoft said this year marked the first time he utilized artificial intelligence for work and serious reasons. Gates expressed that in the coming year, scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to OmahaSteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to OmahaSteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As the Israel-Hamas conflict persists, the United Nations Security Council will meet to deliberate on a potential vote regarding a ceasefire. It is noteworthy that the U.S. vetoed a similar resolution earlier this month. Human rights advocates and aid groups report that a significant portion of Gaza's population has been displaced since the commencement of hostilities, with approximately half of them facing the threat of starvation. Mother Nature made a mess of New England yesterday with rain and strong winds knocking down trees and power lines. Crews are still at work to restore power and clean up downed trees and wires. The region was battered with high winds and a deluge of rain Monday night, knocking down trees and power lines and killing at least 4 people. 2 people were killed by falling trees in Massachusetts and Maine. Flooding is a major concern, with schools and transit systems delaying. It's not looking good for the sitting president, according to the latest poll.
President Biden's approval rating is reaching an historic low, as indicated by a recent Monmouth University poll. Only 34% of Americans approve of his performance in the White House, while 61% disapprove. Particularly, the president received unfavorable ratings for his management of immigration and inflation. This poll emerges with the 2024 election less than 11 months away.
That's John Schaefer. The Powerball jackpot now at $572 million ahead of tomorrow's drawing. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
final hour here on a hump day. What else we got to share? And let's not forget, let me quickly remind, looking for some additional advertisers on the program. If you'd like to advertise on the overnight drive, or you know someone who might be interested, or maybe you've got a favorite store, a favorite location that might like to hear advertise on the program, we'd like to hear from you. And if you give us a good tip, we can maybe hook you up with some Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on Advertise with us. Or if you can email, you can email Mindy directly. It's pretty simple email, mindy@lubricationspecialties.com. I'd love to hear from you. Now, Scarecrow brought up the lottery. Now, there was a big lottery ticket that went unclaimed in Florida a few days ago. We're talking a $44 million winning ticket. Once the deadline comes and goes, nobody came forward. The winning ticket was purchased at a Sunoco Express in Kissimmee, Florida on June 14th this year. According to WESH-TV, the owner of the Sunoco was shocked to learn his store had actually sold the winning ticket. That's a lot of money. So now what happens? Because the money wasn't claimed, 80% of it will go to what they call the Educational Enhancement Trust Fund to benefit education in the state of Florida. The remaining 20% goes back into the prize pool for future drawings. Now, even though no one claimed the winning ticket, the store will still receive a percentage. They say since the lotto launched in the 1980s, WESH reports there have been 30 jackpots that have actually gone unclaimed. So how much time do you have? Winning tickets in the Florida lottery must be claimed within 180 days, roughly 6 months from the date of the drawing. As far as like Florida Lottery scratch-off and fast play game prizes, they must be claimed within 60 days of the official end of the game. And a lot of those scratch-off games may run a year or two in some cases. You know, once that time period passes, if you find it, hey, I've got a winning scratch-off ticket here in the drawer, Scarecrow, you can't claim your funds anymore. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. Oh, he also brought up Epstein. Just based on how much control and how many big names, that have been involved in this or speculated to be involved, and the whole fact that Epstein goes to jail and hung himself, you silence the potential witness. I don't really anticipate any big names are going to be divulged here. For if there happened to be any such names on the list, they will have an opportunity first to request their names not to be unveiled. So, but what we know at this point, as many as 150 names may be made public as part of a settled civil lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, who was found guilty of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse underage girls for at least a decade. One of the victims said Maxwell was the mastermind behind the sex trafficking ring. The list of names could include Epstein's accused co-conspirators, as well as a wide range of people listed in the lawsuit. Now, Guthrie told CBS News back in July of 2020, Maxwell had access to very well-known people, government officials, politicians, royalty. The judge has set a release date of January 1 to give the people listed in the court filing enough time to appeal the decision. So we don't know whose names are on the list, but many of them have already been mentioned in the media, according to the judge in her ruling. She listed 187 what they list as J. Does, I guess John or Jane Does. on the court documents, ruled many of them should be unsealed in full. Some of the names appear twice. Some are minors, so it's not known what the final tally of names will be. Epstein's associates were named in a settled civil defamation suit filed by Virginia Giuffre in 2015 against Maxwell. Judge detailed the reason behind the publication of the names, saying that many had already been mentioned in the media. For others, the substance in question was not salacious and should not be kept sealed. Some of the JDOs are minors or possible victims, and those names and any identifying information will remain sealed. So the ruling stated that the list of names will be made public January 1, 2024. That gives the JDOs about 2 weeks to object to the publication of their names. The ruling allows any impacted DOE the opportunity to appeal. After the window to appeal closes, the documents will be unsealed and posted to the docket. Now, if there's any, if you got a politician, some Hollywood elite, I can't help but wonder, do they know their names on the list? How do they know to appeal? They have to know, right? But going back, Epstein was accused of sexually assaulting countless teenage girls, some as young as 14, exploiting the vast network of underage girls for him and his wealthy clients to have sex at his homes in Manhattan, Palm Beach, Florida, and, of course, the private island near St. Thomas. That's the list most people are really interested in, which would be like the flight list. Who flew on that plane to Epstein Island? Now, Britain's Prince Andrew was one of the high-profile figures accused of being one of the alleged co-conspirators. Giuffre has alleged that she and the British royal had sex in 3 locations when she was underage. Of course, Andrew has denied any wrongdoing, said he didn't know anything about Epstein's criminal. I know nothing. Schultz. Charged by federal prosecutors in 2019, Epstein, one count of sex trafficking conspiracy, 1 count of sex trafficking with underage females, of course, dying suicide in his jail cell. After a month after being arrested. Of course, charges against him were dropped after his passing. Back in June, J.P. Morgan Chase reached a $290 million settlement with victims of Epstein over claims that the bank overlooked the financier's sex trafficking and abuse because they wanted to profit from a banking relationship with him. But that's where it stands. Bourbon Street, Gary, what's happening? Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Ready for Christmas?
As ready as I will be, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Calling to say hi and wish you and the family a Merry Christmas. Tomorrow's my last day, and then I'm off for a week.
All right. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for the care package, trying to make Christmas a little brighter. We appreciate that.
Well, that care package is actually for Turbo and Stryker.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And I was calling to tell you that come the first of the year, I was just going to have to listen to your podcast. I won't be listening live.
You're going back to days?
Taking on a new. Well, I'm going back to days as a terminal manager.
Okay. So getting out.
No more driving truck.
I was going to say getting out from behind the wheel. Then really.
Yeah, running our Mount Vernon terminal. Be something different.
Okay, so what kind of job? What kind of response?
23 years driving.
Yeah, what kind of responsibilities does that entail? What's that mean? A lot of paperwork or?
Paperwork, computer work, payroll, 25 drivers to make sure they do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be different.
So looking to be kind of like the boss man to some extent.
Yes, going to be the boss of our Mount Vernon terminal. Yep.
How about that? Gary, the boss man. Well, congratulations on that.
Well, thank you. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be different.
Yes, sir. Now, how about Becky? Is she going to keep driving or?
Yep. Going to hang in there for about another year.
Okay.
Then she's going to retire this time for good.
Okay. Been there, done that, right?
No.
Just semi-retirement, but she
Yeah.
she ended up being out there pretty much working full-time again, right?
Yeah, she's working full time now. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. How about that?
Yep, but everything's going good. And like I said, I got one more day, and then it's off for a week, and then the new adventure starts.
Begin. You got out with the old, in with the new, and that will apply to you distinctively.
Yes, it will.
Yep.
But I'm looking forward to it. Something different. Been out here 23, almost 24 years now, and it's going to be a big change.
Yes, I bet it will. Yeah.
Pretty much, I've been working nights all those years, and to go to being daytime, that's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. I mean, it probably took you a while when you started working nights, because I know it seems like it took a couple of years to really get accustomed to and use. I remember, early on, come 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd start getting a nauseous feeling, and your body's telling you you're wanting to go to bed. I mean, I've been doing it so long now that it's second nature to be up all night.
Right. Same here. I get tired when the sun comes up.
Yep.
Time for me to go to bed.
Yep. All right. Well,
I just want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas, and I'll touch base with you after the new year.
Well, congratulations on the new gig. Yes, I get happy Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hope it's the right gig for you. That'll be a change of pace, though, definitely. After being behind the wheel like that 23 years. 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Anybody waiting on those last-minute Christmas packages to arrive? FedEx, UPS, Postal Service. Yeah, I mentioned a brain dead. I think it was last evening. I had my son's, a crucial part of my son's Christmas gift that I had ordered. Now, the other half was already here. It was a Walmart order online, an online thing that supposedly delivered to the Home 20 this past Saturday. We were here all day Saturday. Well, no, it's not here. So I started on the internet with my account, and they bring up this automated system to help you. It says, well, every once in a while something will show that it's arrived, but it haven't. Yeah, give it a couple of business days. The time has come. Yesterday morning I get on there, and they say, all right, you're probably going to have to actually speak to someone physically, and got somebody on the line. They were courteous, but I confirmed the fact that the package was supposedly delivered by FedEx, and nope, FedEx didn't get it here. It's lost. And I said, there's no way for you to kind of trace. And they said, well, no, if FedEx says it's there. Now, there's a possibility it could have ended up anywhere. It could show up 6 months from now. You never know. If they find it in a warehouse behind something but either way, he said, well, best I could do, I can offer you a refund. And, okay, I said, well, I guess that's what we got to do. I still need this, though. Yeah, can't we just reorder, put the same order back in? They said, no, you got to go through the whole process, redo it, which I did. And, of course, now it's trying to say we expect it to be delivered on December the 26th. Oh, joy. I haven't told the princess that yet. Now, I made the initial order. And when I first placed the order, it had put out that it would be delivered like a week plus later. Technically Saturday of last week was only like 4 days after I placed the order. I'm hoping that the same happens here, because it's only the 20th now. Placed it on the 19th. Hopefully they'll get it here by maybe Friday or Saturday. I don't know. Just knock on wood, but Princess wanted me to actually physically go to the store, which I did yesterday. I went to one and called another, and no, that's it's an online only kind of thing. Daggone it. So there you go. What do you do? Ho, ho, ho. Blind man checking in. What's happening?
Oh, I got a potpourri of things to talk about this morning. Number one, the Colorado situation. Yes. I wonder if people would be able to write in Trump's name. And number two, the red states. Why don't they take Biden off the ballot for all the crimes he's committed?
Well,
it's something to think about. I got in a little bit of hot water with one of the neighbors. We're coming back from Costco, and she says, have you heard from your trucker friends? Because she knows I talked to several people.
Right.
And I made the mistake of telling her that they're telling me there's Trump signs all over the place once you get out of the big cities. And one trucker in particular, 57, was describing some of the video from the January 6th. And when I was explaining to her what he was telling me, she starts laughing hysterically, and I was afraid she was going to drive off the road. And then she starts giving me a big lecture that it's all Trump's fault, the whole 9 yards. So I think from now on, if she asks me what the truckers are up to, I'll just say they're complaining about parking or something like that.
Right, they're driving truck.
It's just frustrating.
Yeah, you can't argue with an you can't argue with an idiot. You're never going to change her opinion.
No. Also, I am so happy that WUSX in Delaware is playing your show, because it makes it a lot easier to tell my electronic girlfriend to play that station. And I've been listening to Jake Smith. He's on from 9 to noon on that station, as well as WGMD 92.7. And one of their listeners mentioned your show, I think, a couple of days ago. I think her name was Joan. I'm not sure, but I'm glad that you're getting out there now, and I'm hoping more stations are going to come on board next year.
That is the expectation. I haven't talked to Josh in a few weeks, but we were looking at having maybe 15 to 20 stations on by the end of the year. I've got to get a hold of him. There's several other stations that supposedly came online in the last few weeks. So, yeah, we're growing.
Yeah, that's really good. Now, if you can get on WMAL, get rid of Dumb and Dumber, as one of my trucker friends told me.
Right.
Well, anyway, everybody, you have a Merry Christmas. I enjoyed talking with some of the truckers. Last Sunday, I was on the phone for 3 hours with Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, Sexy, Big Sexy, and Pup.
Yeah, doing the little conference line thing. Yeah, so that's great. Well, good to hear from you, blind man. If we don't talk to you before, do your best to have a Merry Christmas. I know it's kind of a tough time. It'll be his first Christmas without his fiancée, who passed away here a few months ago. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Making our way into a Wednesday hump day, we'd like to call it. All the attention, Taylor Swift, every week, wherever the Chiefs are playing, when she shows up, I don't know. How much screen time are they actually giving Taylor? It's just like constantly panning up to her in the window as she's watching the game. Yeah, despite the success of her record-breaking world tour, well, undoubtedly, not everybody loves Taylor. She's not popular in all quarters. But she is right now, of course, one of the most famous dating couples out there, dating the Kansas City Chiefs star tight end Travis Kelce. But she was audibly booed on Sunday as she watched her boyfriend play against the Patriots at Gillette Stadium there in Massachusetts. Footage circulated across social media showed the star with her father and a fellow singer being jeered as live images of her appeared on the Jumbotron screen. Not exactly clear what the fans were booing her for, but it could very well be for her left-wing advocacy. Just last month, she urged her followers to promote the left-wing voter registration organization known as Vote.org. She's repeatedly spoken of her distaste or opposition to both Donald Trump and the Republican Party platform as a whole, we know.
USA News Update. Google has agreed to pay $700 million to states and consumers in an antitrust settlement. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says Google violated federal and state antitrust laws with anti-competitive behavior.
That includes preventing other app stores from being preloaded on Android devices. That means buying off companies who may have launched rival app stores to Google Play Store.
For the second time in U.S. history, an Air Force general is set to undergo a court-martial. Philip Stewart, who previously headed pilot training at Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, faces accusations of sexually assaulting a female officer at a base in Oklahoma. According to Bill Gates, a substantial surge in technology is expected in the coming year. Scientists will be dedicated to refining AI to bring about notable improvements. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a couple of stories I can update you on, one of which, 5-7, I know, has been kind of keen following this because he's asked about it several times over the past year. And that was the claims and the lawsuits against Tylenol and the various generic acetaminophen manufacturers. Claims that the drug causes autism. A federal judge in Manhattan delivering a blow this past day to there's over 400 lawsuits that have all been consolidated against Tylenol and, again, those generic acetaminophen manufacturers, saying that the claims of the drug causing autism are not reliable. U.S. District Judge Denise Cote ruled that the plaintiffs lack admissible evidence to substantiate their claims that using the pain reliever during pregnancy would heighten the risk of autism or attention hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, in children. The judge ruled that the scientific claims forming the basis of all these lawsuits are fundamentally untrustworthy, in her words. She criticized the plaintiffs' experts for adopting an unstructured approach that would allow cherry picking, what they call a results-driven analysis, trying to have a predetermined outcome, and obscured complexities, inconsistencies, and weakness in the underlying data. The lawsuits representing families and children affected by ADHD and autism contended that drug makers should have warned pregnant women about potential health risks associated with taking the pain reliever. Attorneys for the plaintiffs did not immediately respond to requests for comment from the Wall Street Journal. There were additional defendants like CVS Health, Walmart, Walgreens that all refrained from providing immediate comment as well. But we do know acetaminophen, often regarded as the safest pain relief option during pregnancy, on the label has carried a label advising pregnant women to consult their doctors before use. That's pretty much been the narrative, but I don't know if that's the end of the story or not, but that's been ongoing. These suits, up to over 400 such suits having been filed at this point in time. This has been an ongoing battle for a number of years. I think that's a big blow again to the plaintiffs in that case. And several have asked, when are we going to start replenishing our strategic oil reserve, the SPR? I guess, according to the update, we have purchased several million barrels. We bought 2.1 million barrels of crude, according to the Energy Department yesterday, after the largest sale in history last year. Recalling, we depleted 180 million barrels out of the SPR. The department said they purchased the oil for delivery in February for an average of $74.23 a barrel, below the average of $95 a barrel that the oil sold for last year. The Biden administration, of course, has conducted sales last year totaling 180 million barrels, trying to keep the prices down, which is not the intended purpose of the SPR. But the U.S. oil reserves have an authorized capacity of 714 million barrels. The most oil the reserve has actually had ever was 726.6 million barrels in 2009, according to the Department of Energy. Crude oil in SPR stocks is at a current level of 352 million barrels. Now, I guess we may have missed a few purchases because to date, before this, I had not heard of any purchases thus far this year. They tell us this year, 2023, we have now purchased about 11 million barrels for replenishment after last year's sales. About 4 million barrels are also coming back to the SPR by February as oil companies return oil that had been loaned to them through a swap. Now, on the latest transaction, Sunoco Partners Marketing and Terminals LP sold 900,000 barrels to the SPR. Macquarie Commodities Trading and Phillips 66 each sold 600,000 barrels, according to the Energy Department. Now, after the big sale last year, the Energy Department had on the books these deals supposedly where you would loan out or sell millions of barrels otherwise. They had canceled 140 million barrels in congressionally mandated sales from the SPR that were scheduled from late this year all the way through late 2026. We're not depleting anymore, apparently, according to this. So that cancellation has led to some progress toward replenishment. But according to my math, 11 million barrels replaced out of 180 million drawn down or sold leaves a whole lot yet to replenish, to the tune of about 169 million barrels. That's a lot of oil, folks. Well, happy hump day. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hello, Truck and Phil. 44 degrees today. Fort Wayne 42 in Sterling Heights as we do our thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. Yes, the countdown clock is down to 5 days until Christmas. A big old Semper Fi to truck and fill. Well, speaking of Christmas, Gilla Claus is on the line. We've got a naughty list and a nice list.
Oh, ho, ho, everybody, Merry Christmas from the one and only Gilla Claus. Just this is my third annual visit with my naughty and nice list. I want to wish you, the good boys and girls, Merry Christmas. Well, I guess we better start off with the naughty list. I'm telling you what, that Mr. Heatwave out there in the great state of New Mexico, man, he has been doing more job hopping than a $3 lot lizard. Oh, well, that's beside the point. Maybe I need on the naughty list after that comment. But I'll slip over to the good list. Well, I hate to say it, but I guess we're going to have to include horse feathers in the good list this year, because let's face it, he does raise a lot of money for the children. You know, he does some good work there with the attorney. Now we go down to the naughty list. I'm telling you what, that naughty monkey gouger. Man, he's been shooting ducks and deer and all this. I mean, he's been rounding them up. That scoundrel has made the naughty list and about the bottom of it. Now we'll go over to the good list. Well, Mr. Steve Summers, you made the good list again this year. Because let's face it, you do a great job of keeping us all up at night. You know, keeping us wide awake and a great entertaining show. Now we gotta go down to the naughty list. I'm telling you what, that jelly bean / jolly green giant, I was talking to Easter Bunny earlier tonight. Did you believe he stole all these jelly beans? That jelly bean giant is out there stealing jelly beans. So he's on the naughty list. Now for the good list. Well, I say we all have to include all the great people at Gold Eagle and Hot Shot Secret for the great work they done to put you back on the air. Now, I tell you what, I want to recognize them all. I mean, they have really livened things up, and we sure appreciate it. If you want to visit me, I'll be on the top floor of the GMA Beast Enterprises skyscraper through Christmas Eve night. Yes, we're going to have a big party up there in the skyscraper Christmas Eve. And come one, come all, and visit the old Killer Claus. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody.
3 years and running with Gilla Claus. Merry Christmas, Gilla Claus. All right, several days ago, I had just come across Lauren Weiss shared apparently like a video interview. Yeah, the missing trucker, David Schultz, missing since prior to Thanksgiving. I believe the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, last time he was seen. We've shared the story several times. I have not yet seen the video interview, but he says, an Iowa State trooper checking our cattle health papers last Saturday told us when we asked about his case that it's possible methamphetamine is involved in this. Now, I said, I heard this before I saw the video, which he shares here. And Dave's wife mentions the cartel several times. She comes across as not seemingly too concerned for a lot of this interview, in my opinion. She also mentions her feeling that something happened at the intersection of US 20 and US 71 South, where that's where his truck was turned north, the opposite direction of what it should have been going, and driven 5 miles to that stopping point. The timeline for that, according to the cell records, was about 22 minutes. And I just say my company has a livestock buying station in this area. And I've driven this road many times where Dave Schultz's truck was ultimately found. But it's still, the mystery is ongoing. No real new details have been unveiled from law enforcement in several weeks now. But I'm going to check out that interview, the exclusive interview with the wife of the missing Iowa truck driver. Okay, see what she has to say. It is 844-844-3388. Before we get our final timeout, I know time flies when you're having fun. What's it been, 15, 20 years? I don't know how many years have passed. At one point, we had a major recall of the airbag inflators, the thing that pops the air into the bag. Millions and millions of them recalled. And since that point in time, with all those millions of recalled airbag inflators, it's almost like we've come full circle. Here we are again. A proposal of possibly recalling 52 million airbag inflators. Major automakers, including General Motors, Toyota, Volkswagen, and the two airbag manufacturers this past day say they oppose safety regulators trying to require the recall of 52 million airbag inflators. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration argued at a hearing back in October that inflators produced by the two airbag manufacturers, one of which is ARC Automotive, the other, the well-known Delphi Automotive, Delphi out of Indiana, should be recalled because they may rupture and send metal fragments flying. The issue is linked to one U.S. fatality and 7 injuries, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, after an 8-year government investigation. If this recall proceeds, it would be the second largest in U.S. history. Automakers and manufacturers said the risk from the issue are exceedingly small, questioning their analysis and their rationale for actually seeking a recall. ARC said under the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's estimated failure rate, there would be less than one new rupture over the next 33 years. The inflators in question have been used in vehicles produced from the model year 2000 through early 2018 by 12 automakers: Ford, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Hyundai, Kia, Porsche, all filing statements opposing the regulator's request. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration did not respond for comment. They first called for a voluntary recall back in May. ARC rejected that. They issued an initial decision then in September that the inflators should be recalled. That's the first formal step before they can seek to force an actual recall. GM, which back in May recalled 1 million ARC inflators after a rupture back in March resulted in facial injuries to a driver. They said the NHTSA failed to demonstrate the need for a massive, unprecedented expansion of the existing ARC inflator recalls. They added the recall would affect as much as 15% of the over 300 million registered motor vehicles in this country. GM and Stellantis both called this decision arbitrary, capricious, and contrary to law. Reuters reported in October that at least 20 million GM vehicles could be affected. Stellantis has more than 4.9 million vehicles with inflators at issue. They've reported just one rupture. That was in 2009, according to the automaker. Volkswagen said there's no reasoned basis to recall these hundreds of thousands of Volkswagen and Audi vehicles. Delphi Automotive manufactured approximately 11 million of the inflators through 2004 under a licensing agreement with ARC. ARC manufactured the remaining 41 million inflators. You're up to speed. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hey, good morning to Gary. Thanks for checking in. Gary in Montgomery, that is. Who says, Steve, always a great show. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. God bless you, all the hardworking Americans. All the overnight crew have a blessed day. Oh, yeah. FJB. What's that? Oh, who we got on board? Is this Will?
It is, and this is really a thank you call. I'm the one that called in to WGMD and told Jake Smith on the air what an outstanding program they have relaying your program. And, well, it's simple. I'm also a master gardener. I've also been involved in politics since the mid-1950s. So from the master gardener's perspective, it's no farms, no food. From your perspective and my perspective as well, because I did a CDL back in the early 90s, driving for Atlantic Richfield, doing interstate highway bridge construction in northwest Arkansas. But it's a big celebration for you and what you do, Steve, but it's also a little more personal. You might know Alex Summers, who started the American Hospice Society, and I know the son, Brian, and his brother that's in the Baltimore area. Mm-hmm. And Jake Smith also recognized not only you specifically, Steve, but he also recognized Blind Man and told me where he was. So there was a great connection.
Yeah.
They know about the success of your show. So because I know everyone up through all the hosts and news people outside of the owners that are actually out of state. But,
right. So that's
the
station.
Doing.
Is like the voice of Delmarva? Isn't that what that's Delmarva Peninsula there?
That's what it is.
Okay.
That's right. Exactly. Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. The voice of Delmarva has been, to my awareness, since 2003. I mean, it was before that, but that's when I started listening. So that's 20 years.
That's great. Well, I appreciate you trying to help support our program for people that maybe listen during the daylight hours. Maybe they'll tune in or maybe catch the podcast when they get a chance. That's great.
So help me in regards to clarity, because I'm getting ready actually for a pickup that's going to be at 6:30 this morning, which is why I'm working through the night, and because I have a background with the DOD. My first flight, I guess, with the Air Force back in 1972 was at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went for the Southeast Asia War Games, and you can imagine what all that included. In any case, what are your specific hours? So when I promote your show, and is there a particular designated for you besides your name as Steve Summers? Are you related to the other Summers that I've just mentioned?
Nah, no relation. I mean,
Brian, Catherine, Alex.
Nah, I mean, I know there was another Stephen Summers that did a radio show for years up there, I think in New York, and a lot of folks got us confused, but that's no relation to that Summers. We're live midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time, and I think that's the schedule that
got that.
They carry us here. Yeah, midnight to 5 Eastern.
So that's what I'm hearing now.
Correct. Yep.
Or have just been hearing, and you've just finished, completed. Okay. And you're coast to coast, it sounds like.
We are gathering affiliates all over the country. Of course, most of the drivers listen on the app, overnightdriveradio.com. If they can't find one of the affiliates.
Overnightradio.com.
Overnightdriveradio.com. Correct. Yep.
Overnightdriveradio.com.
That's our website. Yep. Or you can download the app. Yep.
Well, that's what I'll do. And I'll look, and that's going to be via the normal sort of stores, whether it's the Apple Store.
Yeah, the Apple Store, the Android, the Google Play. You just go to the App Store and you type in overnightdriveradio.com, and it's a free download. Mm-hmm. Boom, just like that. Free. Hey, and with that, I hate to do it. We're up against the clock, though. But great to hear from you. Will, don't be a stranger. And we'll close it out there. Thanks for being with us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.